Okay, I have 6:27. Does anybody have anything different?
It's 6:32.
6:32.
6:32.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the public, as well as the planning board and the staff. Welcome to the October 13th, 2021 meeting of the Cohasset Planning Board. It is 6:33 p.m. I'm going to call roll, beginning with Clark Brewer,
Here.
Tom Callahan,
Here.
Paul Caleri,
Yeah.
Paul Grady,
Present.
Eric Potter,
Here.
Amy Glassmeyer here. I'm now going to introduce the chair of the Master Plan Implementation Committee, as well as the chair of the Master Plan Committee, Miss Katie Dugan, to introduce her board working group.
Thanks. So I'm going to call to order the zoning bylaw working group on October 13th, 2021 at 6:33. Present Katie Dugan.
Present Peter Pescatori.
Present Woody Chidick.
President Cassie Malatesta.
Present Jen Oram.
President Paul Caleri.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce Miss Lauren Lynn. She's the planning director for Cohasset. Angela Giso is going to be our note taker. Carolyn Murray is our planning board counsel from the law firm of KP. Tonight's agenda is a public hearing of the Cohasset Planning Board in which we will be discussing amongst ourselves and with the public warrant articles that will be a part of town meeting in December. At the end of the meeting, we will close the public hearing and we will do business that was not otherwise known 48 hours in advance, as well as minutes. I'd now like to ask Ms. Lind if she will please explain to the public how the public can participate in the conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Glassmeyer. So for members of the public in attendance, what we would ask you to do for any time, whether you address the board via phone, microphone and camera, which I'll explain further in a moment, or if you're just inputting text comments in the question and answer function, please state your name and address. If you're not a resident of the town, we ask that you state your business association, whatever your interest brings you here today. So with that, if you either want to raise your hand to address the board, or if you can input into question and answer, you can take written comments and leave them there, or you can just state that you'd like to address, and we'll promote you at the time when we take public comment for the articles. And again, when we promote you to address the board, we'll just ask that you state for the record your name and address. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lind. I'd like to make two further comments. The first is to the general public. As we are taking notes, and we have already received comments, and we will be compiling them as part of the public hearing. If you have something to say that has already been said, we would request that you withhold saying it a second time. My second comment is I will make, while we have members on the board who are part of the development community, I wish to assure the public that members of the planning board are committed to put their personal views aside, and if a conflict of interest emerges, they will recuse themselves of deliberation on relevant matters. Now I will turn to Mr. Paul Grady to read the hearing notice.
Can you put it up?
I can share the public hearing notice.
Thank you.
It is a longer one, so prepare yourself.
Notice of public hearing, Cohasset Planning Board. Pursuant to Section 5 of MGL Chapter 40A, the Planning Board will hold a virtual public hearing on the Zoom platform, webinar ID 847-2478-3855, password 774546, on Wednesday, October 13th, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. on the following proposals to amend the Cohasset zoning bylaws. These articles will be on the Cohasset special town meeting warrant commencing on December 13th, 2021. Zoning Article 1, deletion of section 8.3B and 8.3C, single lot exemption, to see if the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaws to delete sections 8.3B and 8.3C titled single lot exemption. This amendment will eliminate Cohasset's unique provisions of single lot exemptions to be consistent with state statutory rules. Zoning Article 2, changes to residential zoning amendment. To see if the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaws to amend 4 existing definitions and integrate 6 new definitions relative to residential zoning. Zoning Article 3, ledge protection. To see if the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaws to require exposed ledge face removed for accessory structures be subject to a special permit process. These articles may not be numbered exactly as they will ultimately appear in the special town meeting warrant. Full text and map, if applicable, of the proposed amendments are available for viewing at the town clerk's office, Cohasset Town Hall, 41 Highland Avenue, Cohasset, Mass. 02025 during regular business hours, Monday through Wednesday, Thursday, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., Tuesday, 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m., Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. Electronic copies of full text and map of the proposed amendments can be obtained by contacting Planning Director Lauren Lind via email at lllind@cohassetma.org. Any person interested or wishing to be heard on the proposed amendments should attend the virtual meeting at the time designated. Signed, Amy K. Glassmeyer, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Grady. We will begin this evening's discussion with a presentation by Ms. Katie Dugan, and we will discuss each warrant article in sequence. Please begin.
Thanks. Thank you. Lauren, if you don't mind bringing up the presentation, that would be great. So thank you to the planning board and the public. The zoning bylaw working group was put together a little over a year ago as a result of recommendations made by the Master Plan Implementation Committee to address zoning and zoning related strategies that were articulated in the master plan, which was approved by the planning board in June 2019. Want to thank the planning board for taking the time tonight. This is an ongoing dialogue between the zoning bylaw working group and the planning board regarding zoning and master plan related implementation strategies. And it seems like we're seeing you every 2 months now, so hopefully we won't wear out our welcome. I did want to take a moment and just introduce the members of the zoning bylaw working group so that the community is aware of who is on this working group. I am chair of the Master Plan Implementation Committee, and I am liaison to the zoning bylaw working group. Cassie Malatesta is also on the Master Plan Implementation Committee and is a liaison from that Master Plan Committee. We have Tom Callahan and Paul Cleary, who do double duty as planning board members, but also represent as liaisons to the zoning bylaw working group. We have Woody Chittick from the ZBA, and we have Peter Pescatori, who is chair of Open Space and Rec. And we also have Jack Creighton, who is a select board member representing as a liaison from that committee. And in addition, we have 2 ex officio members, Jen Oram from the planning department and John Hallen from the building and inspection department that work with us. And we obviously work closely with Lauren Lind, the town planner, and then also with town council. So that as background, Lauren, if you don't mind advancing to the next slide, I will quickly just give people a sense of what we're going to do tonight. So we are going to go through a quick overview to provide helpful context from the perspective of the zoning bylaw working group to the community so that you understand where these recommendations are coming from. The planning board has heard some of this multiple times, but I think it's important to sort of start the conversation with that overview so you understand why these specific recommendations are coming forward and how it relates to the bigger picture. After we complete that, we're going to open public hearing for each of the articles separately. And as you see on the right-hand side, our goal is to first give an overview. And that overview generally flows in trying to address what is the land use issue that we think is critical. Then going through the analysis and research the working group has done, talking about the rationale for the proposed change, And then we will jump over to the actual text of the article itself after we've gone over the overview. We'll take comments and questions from the planning board, and then we'll open it up to the public. And whether it's this evening or at a continued hearing, eventually we'd like to get to a vote by the planning board so that we can decide whether we're moving this article on in the next step of the town meeting process, which would be to bring it forward to the advisory committee and the select board, and finally to be placed on the warrant with all the votes. So that is the context of what we're going to be doing tonight. Lauren, if you go to slide 2, going to go through just a little bit of context. So I referenced the fact that the master plan was completed in June of 2019, and master plan itself is a sweeping planning document that covers basically 9 different chapters, of which the 2 that are probably the 3 that are most important to zoning or land use are the land use chapter, a housing chapter, and then open space and rec. And I wanted to highlight one of the goals that is actually the first goal in the land use chapter, which is to plan and invest strategically for smart growth in order to preserve Cohasset's community character. And one of the things that the master plan did well in both phase 1 and in phase 2 was have multiple public forums with the community to get feedback around what people felt were the critical issues that were facing Cohasset today. And what we've listed here are the ones that we think relate to land use and housing that we think should be top of mind as we go through the zoning articles today, because this is really why we're recommending some of the changes, which is there is a feeling in the community that growth needs to be better managed. A quote that came up over and over again in that community input was, Cohasset feels overcrowded. It can't handle any more housing. In addition to the managing of growth, the second comment was related to balancing the scale of housing so that neighborhood and lot size relative to house size felt more balanced. Third was beginning to understand the build out. There's been a lot of development over the last 20 years in Cohasset. If you look at what the average new construction was in the 2004 master plan, it was less than 10 homes per year. If you flash forward to what we've experienced over the last 10 years and continue in this current decade, we're seeing north of 25 new construction every year. And so understanding the build out of those remaining undeveloped parcels, but also the redevelopment of parcels is important to the community. Tantamount to the build out is also the protection of open space and preserving access to that open space, but also the scenic beauty associated with it. And then last but not least, as it relates to housing, there was a lot of discussion in the master plan community input regarding promoting a range of housing types to ensure that seniors, moderate income, and smaller size formats had a place in Cohasset, that we weren't just becoming a community of large single family homes. So that is the input from the master plan process. And I think it's just important to keep that in mind. The next slide gives us a little bit more context from a state law perspective. Many of you are probably familiar with Mass General Law 40A, which is the Zoning Act, but this is where cities and towns actually get their authority to adopt ordinances, bylaws as it relates to regulating land, buildings, and structures. And when you read the Zoning Act itself, I wanted to call out for everyone tonight a couple purposes as it relates to zoning that are enumerated in this 1975 Zoning Act, which include lessening congestion in the streets, conserving health and safety, preventing overcrowding of the land, encouraging the most appropriate use of land, and also considering recommendations made from the master plan, and finally, conserving the value of land in buildings. And then the last piece of just kind of zoning context that I think is important are some principles that the zoning bylaw working group itself has developed. We recognize that zoning exists to serve and reflect the desires of the community. So as we've been working over the last 15 months or so, we've come up with some operating principles that we use when we're talking about or considering goal areas or specific recommendations for zoning changes. And there's 7 of them, and I'll just quickly go through them. So one of the first issues we think about is the zoning issue clearly understood and can it be explained to the community? And so that's one of the things that we hope to do tonight is explain what we think the issue is. Second, does it tie back to the master plan goals and strategies? The zoning bylaw working group was put in place as a result of the master plan. And so we always look back to that document to make sure that we're sort of staying in the lane as it relates to what was recommended in the master plan. Third, does this address a land issue which the permitting boards or the building inspector would like addressed? And in the case of some of the articles tonight, these are issues that are front and center in front of the planning board, but in some cases front and center in front of our zoning enforcement officer or our building inspector. Fourth, is this a pressing issue or should the changes wait to be incorporated into a comprehensive zoning redraft and reorganization? And I'll touch on that in a second, but one of the reasons that we're bringing forward the articles that we are for special town meeting is that we believe that these are pressing issues that should not wait in the best scenarios until the spring annual town meeting or frankly to when we get in place a more comprehensive zoning redraft. Fifth, will this change bring Cohasset's bylaws more into alignment with statutory provisions or case law? So that is one of the things that we keep in our mind is, are we doing this so that it moves us more in alignment with where we should be from a statutory perspective or from an evolving case law perspective? 6, will this bring Cohasset's bylaws in line with common zoning practices of other similar communities? And we've done a lot of benchmarking, which you'll see throughout our exercises that really helps us understand where Cohasset is on the range of zoning recommendations from perhaps more liberal to more conservative or anywhere in between. And then last but not least is, have these proposed changes been benchmarked, researched, and undergone legal review? And that's sort of fundamental work, but it also is part of the reason that this group exists, is to do that heavy lifting for the community to make sure that what is being recommended has been well thought out and has undergone legal review with the help of KP Law. So with that, I do want to touch on one thing which the planning board is aware of, and so is the select board. But one of the recommendations that the zoning bylaw working group made over 6 months ago was that Cohasset needs to undertake a broader comprehensive zoning redraft and reorganization. It's been 35 years since the last zoning overhaul that relates back to 1989. And if you look at best practices from other communities in Massachusetts, it suggested that this should be done every decade. So unfortunately, Cohasset's bylaws, while we have made amendments, we haven't gone through and sort of comprehensively looked at our zoning bylaws to make sure that they are all working in synchronization as it relates to definitions or frankly, even organization. But on top of that, we haven't really gone back and looked at some of our fundamental aspects of our zoning bylaws, whether it be table of area regulations or table of uses, like was done back in 1989. And so one of the recommendations is that as part of the work of the zoning bylaw working group over the next 12 to 18 months is that we work towards a more comprehensive zoning overhaul. It would roughly include 2 pieces. One is the reorganization and reformatting of our bylaws to bring them again into more alignment as it relates to definitions. In some cases, it means bringing references up to date. And in a lot of places, it means actually adding diagrams or visuals to clarify what the bylaws mean. We've spent a lot of time looking at zoning bylaws from other communities, and there's some great examples of how it doesn't just need to be text. There's a lot that can be done to make these bylaws much more approachable and understandable for those that use them on a continuous basis in the building and development world, but also for permitting boards within Cohasset. And then last but not least, we have a master plan that is just under 2 years old. And that master plan has over 20 goals and strategies that directly or indirectly relate to zoning. So part of the thought process in doing a comprehensive zoning redraft in the future is that we would be able to incorporate some or all of those strategies into a redraft. And so that is the last thing I wanted to give in terms of overview, but I did think it was important that we share with the community kind of where the zoning bylaw working group was coming from and some of the principles that we take into consideration when we're looking at zoning changes. So with that, I am going to move into our first article, which is the deletion of section 8.3b and 8.3c. So Amy, is there anything that you want me to do as we transition here, or can I just move right on to the,
You can move on. You control the conversation right now.
okay, that's great. All right, so we are going to do a couple things in this section. We're going to start first with a little bit of context as it relates to the impact of what the deletion might look like, and then talk also a little bit about the statutory protections under section 40A, Mass General Law 40A, section 6 that will remain in place. So just a piece of context, one of the things that our working group has done is work quite a bit with assessors data to understand what our residential zoning parcels look like. So these are some snapshots of our residential parcels, RA, RB, and RC. And for context, we actually have a little over 2,400 parcels in town that are zoned in those 3 residential districts. 92% of them are actually developed parcels, and 8% of them are undeveloped parcels. And that's the diagram on the left. The diagram on the right at the top is a split of what the developed lots look like. And so of the 2,400 parcels, 2,200 roughly are developed. And those are split 67% into non-conforming lot sizes and 33% into conforming lots by size. And again, just a data point so people understand that we do have a number of non-conforming lots in town that are developed that are protected under 40A section 6. And then last but not least, we have 198 undeveloped parcels that fall in land use codes 130, 131, and 132. And these undeveloped parcels are roughly split 49% in terms of conforming by current lot size requirements under zoning, and 51% that are non-conforming by lot size. So that's just a little context of what we're talking about. 8.3b and 8.3c, the deletion of those will actually impact only the bottom right-hand corner, which is the 198 undeveloped parcels. So it's actually a small percentage of our residential parcels will be impacted by the zoning changes that we are recommending. So with that, I'm going to go to the next slide, and the next 2 slides are important information for the community to understand relative to Mass General Law 40A section 6. This Mass General Law provides extensive protections that will remain in place after the amendment that we're proposing. The first one, in terms of the protections, relates to developed non-conforming lots. So it relates to that upper right-hand pie that you saw. Those non-conforming developed lots remain protected for existing structures and uses. And in Cohasset, that means that this statute provides protection for 67% of our undersized lots with structures on them, which is approximately 1,500 dwellings. The statute itself is on the right-hand side, and what should be noted is that the protections provided under this statute are actually in perpetuity, assuming that there's no abandonment. And so that is a very broad and helpful protection for the lots that have that status. I'm going to move on to the next slide, Lauren, and talk a little bit about the protections that are provided for undeveloped non-conforming lots. And under 40A section 6, These protections are afforded to non-conforming lots for the purpose of single and two-family development. And it basically splits into two pieces. One for lots that are not, that are not held in common ownership, that are greater than 5,000 square feet and have 50 feet of frontage, and lots that are held in common ownership that are greater than 7,500 square feet and 75 feet of frontage. In the boxes below, the one that's labeled 2 is the protection that's provided for those undeveloped lots that are not held in common ownership. And that is a protection that is provided in perpetuity, assuming that there is no common ownership. As it relates to undeveloped lots that are adjoining a lot that's held in common ownership, the protection under state law, Mass General, that 40A Section 6, only lasts 5 years. So it sunsets after 5 years if common ownership exists between adjoining lots. And just wanted to set the stage there so that everybody understood that there are extensive statutory protections that will remain in place. The next thing that we wanted to talk about was, what does this really mean? What is the potential impact in terms of deleting 8.3B and 8.3C? And so the chart at the bottom breaks down the 198 lots that I had referred to before that were in RA, RB, and RC. And of those 198, actually 97 of them are conforming as of right. So they don't have an issue per se as it relates to lot size. Of that 198, 101 actually are non-conforming in terms of size relative to current zoning. But of those 101, 26 of them don't qualify for state or local protections because of their size. They're very small. They're less than 5,000 square feet. And as a result, they don't get statutory protections under 40A Section 6. And they also don't qualify for local protections. So that leaves us with 75 lots that could be impacted depending on their dates of registration, their status of common ownership with adjoining lots, and compliance with frontage, width, yard, and depth requirements. These 75 undersized undeveloped parcels represent only 3% of the total residential lots. So I just wanted to make a point so that people understood that the impact of this is targeted and is not broad in terms of the community itself. The next slide, Lauren, is busy, but what we wanted to do here, and again, these slides will be available for folks after this public hearing if they'd like to review them. Lauren can distribute them or post them on the town website. But this provides an overview of Article 8. Article 8 is in our Cohasset zoning bylaws. It's entitled Non-Conforming Uses, Structures, and Lots. And this is where the protections that we've been talking about under Mass General Law 40A Section 6 are embedded. So the structure of the article itself, 8.2, 8.3, A, 8.4, 8.5, all tie directly to Mass General Law statutory protections. And those will be remaining in place. We are not proposing adjusting or touching those statutory protections. What we are suggesting and recommending is that 8.3B and 8.3C, which are unique provisions to Cohasset that provide significant extension of what is contemplated under Mass General Law, be deleted. And the recommendation is for 8.3B, this extends protections in perpetuity for undeveloped lots that are held in common ownership or separate ownership. So this is a adjustment to a unique provision in Cohasset's bylaws. 8.3C is again unique to Cohasset and extends protections from zoning changes in perpetuity for definitive subdivision plans. So I'd like to move on to the next slide and just give an example of what this means. And we're using one example, but there are many which the town has faced over the last 2 decades and is currently facing. In this scenario, it applies to 8.3C. There are two lots in the lower left-hand corner, lot 31 and lot 32, both of which are non-conforming undeveloped lots in an RB district. The two lots themselves are less than 30,000. One is 20,000 square feet. The other is 27,000 square feet. And they are non-conforming relative to the 35,000 square foot zoning lot size. And so if we were to delete 8.3B, what would result is a required merger for zoning purposes into one conforming lot for development that would be in conformance with the current size of zoning for RB today, which is greater than 35,000 square feet. And again, this was a definitive subdivision that was registered in 1966. There were two lots that were remained undeveloped for over 50 years. And what we're suggesting is that that zoning should not remain in perpetuity, but rather be brought into conformance under the merger doctrine for zoning purposes if the two lots are under common ownership and are adjoining. So that's an example of what we're talking about from a practical standpoint. With that, I'm going to move to our last slide, which is just kind of summarizing what the rationale is for the proposed zoning change that we're recommending in the deletion of 8.3B and 8.3C. So first off, just again to emphasize that the statutory protections already provided will remain in place under 40A Section 6. But when we benchmarked and looked at over 20 communities, the zoning bylaw working group could not identify any towns who provided protections to undersized lots beyond what was required statutorily. In addition, you heard community input from the master plan public forum, which suggested the community is concerned that it feels overcrowded and it can't handle any more housing. And in addition, the scale of homes relative to lot size is a land issue that was also identified as a concern of the community. One of the things that we looked at when we've done a bunch of our work as it relates to residential parcels is looking at the size of homes that have been constructed. And I think it's very important for people to understand this as it relates to that comment I made about the scale of the homes, because what we've learned is that for the homes in Cohasset that have been constructed after 2000, these homes are 47% larger than the ones that were constructed in the previous century. The community and perhaps landowners are looking for larger homes. And the result is that people are putting up significantly larger homes than what was contemplated when you had a 20,000 square foot lot or a undersized non-conforming lot, whether it was 30, 40, or 50 years ago. And then last but not least, the planning board probably already knows this, but 70% of the homes undergoing large home review under our bylaws are actually on non-conforming lots. So there is a scale issue relative to the size of non-conforming lots and the size of homes that people are looking to put up in Cohasset today. And then last but not least, subsections 8.3B and 8.3C are unique. And they substantially expand the protections for undersized lots. As I mentioned before, it extends them in perpetuity. In addition to extending them in perpetuity, these subsections conflict with the state's long-established merger doctrine, which makes sure that undersized lots that are adjoining and held in common ownership are merged. And as a result of skirting the merger doctrine in 8.3B and 8.3C, that allows for, unfortunately, development with little or no oversight from the planning board or from the ZBA. And so with that, I'm going to pause and then ask for Lauren to actually bring up the text of the bylaw itself. Not that the text itself is that voluminous. And pause here and take questions or comments from the planning board.
I'm going to organize this by alphabetical order, and each planning board member will have 5 minutes to speak, after which, if there is need for further conversation by individual planning boards, they will be awarded again 5 minutes to speak. So to begin with, Clark Brewer.
Thank you. And Katie, thank you for your excellent presentation and analysis that supports the modifications. I want to first say that I have a lot that I have before the Zoning Board of Appeals for front setback relief. That is one of those very rare protected lots under Mass General Law 41, Section 81 FF. It was a land courted lot in the 40s with a statutory deadline of 1952, which it meets by 3 years. So these changes don't affect my particular interests, as well as the next zoning article, which has to do with access, are in this particular lot's case adjudicated by the land court. So I just wanted to make everyone clear that that I have no conflict with what's being presented personally in what's before the Zoning Board of Appeals currently. A couple of main comments. Since this has been in place for so long, I'm not exactly certain why this particular case is an emergency and has to go before fall town meeting, where typically we do our zoning bylaws where we have the most amount of community input requiring a supermajority at annual town meeting. But I do have a couple of questions, and I was wondering, in the last 5 years, or perhaps also the last year, how often has 83B and I think we're mostly talking about 83B, because 8.3C has to do with the protections of a definitive site plan. For 8.3B, how many have we seen in the last year? Does anyone know? Does John Halen, I know he's a relatively new building inspector, Woody or Jen, do you have any idea in the last year how many landowners have used 8.3B?
I don't know the specifics behind that, Clark. We did not pull the data in terms of the number of buildings in terms of new construction that have happened under 8.3B and 8.3C. You know, of my knowledge, I mean, we've had, the planning board has had review of an 8.3C under large home review. And I know that there's at least one 8.3B pending, not large home review necessarily, but pending building permits. So I can certainly get back in terms of building permits on that, but in terms of
That
like.
would be interesting to know how many there've been in the last year, or also over the last 5 years.
Okay.
But the 8.3 B and 8.3C, they're very different in their character.
They are different in their character. John, did you want to mention something? It sounded like you might have wanted to comment on the building permit aspect in terms of the number of permits being pulled under.
Yeah, I think going back to probably December of last year to current time, I think there's I'll have to double check, a total of 3 applications.
3. Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess, can I just pause 1 second, Clark, and sort of address the comment you made about why are we doing zoning for a special town meeting? And I think it's important to note that what we had mentioned up front, which is it's been 35 years since we've done comprehensive zoning overhauls. And so part of the thought process behind the zoning bylaw working group is that we need to be doing this a bit continuously for a while in order to catch up. And so that may mean us bringing forward things in small bunches at annual town and special town meeting, especially knowing that it's going to take us 12 to 18 months to get to a comprehensive zoning bylaw redraft. And so that combined with, in some cases, the urgency, at least from our perspective, of the community input I think there was a lot of discussion as it relates to Windy Hill and 8.3C in terms of the size of those homes relative to the lots that warranted us bringing this forward now. But you're right, the character of 8.3C and 8.3B are different in that one is for a definitive subdivision plan under C, and for B, it's a registered parcel. That being said, the concept is the same in terms of if there is common ownership of adjoining lots and those lots are undersized, that they should be merged. So the concept that we're trying to address from a land use perspective is the same, whether it's the registration of the lot and how the lot is registered that's different between B and C.
So let me just make a point, which is I asked that each individual planning board member speak for 5 minutes. So if you wish to speak, please hold your comments until you are asked to speak. Clark Brewer, you still have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So I just have one suggestion relative to the elimination of 8.3 B and C, that if we're taking away property rights, and I'm not, I'm certainly not advocating against this change, but if we're taking away certain property rights, would we be able to insert perhaps a special permit process that allows the zoning board of appeals to review projects that would not have a substantially more detrimental impact on the neighborhood? Woody, did I get that language right? I'm sorry about I know that's close. So that if more modest projects were or a moderate project that fits a neighborhood per se, might still have a path for being built on, if the potential applicant can prove to the zoning board that it's not a substantially more detrimental. So of the 75 lots I think you had that aren't developed currently, that could be developed, some of those might be able to be put on the tax rolls or in use. And I welcome any comments or suggestions or discussion.
So Mr. Brewer, please hold discussions. We're going to go through the individual planning board members, but I'm going to take that as is that a recommendation?
That would be a recommendation for a modification to what's been written up.
All right.
I do have one more point of order for the format of the zoning bylaws as they would appear on the warrant article. The drafts that we see is just the language deletion of, but typically we show the actual language on the warrant that's being eliminated. And I think that having that piece of context for understanding the bylaw change on the floor of town meeting is important. I think it's also important here. I mean, I've got my zoning bylaw out right now, open to 8.3 B and C. So I have it in front of me, but I think important as a part of how the draft evolves into a warrant article, that it also include the actual language that would be deleted as a part of what's being proposed here.
Thank you, Mr. Brewer. Is that a recommendation?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll move on to Mr. Callahan for 5 minutes.
All right, I won't need to take up 5 minutes. I'm, as a member of the zoning working group, I'm of course supportive of this. Is to answer one of Clark's questions, there was litigation over this with properties on Jerusalem Road, I think within the last 5 years. Woody might know better, 5-6 years, where a house got built that otherwise would not have been built. And, you know, we're not taking away property rights here. We're trying to cut back on an expansion of rights that was given solely by our community. And I don't think we should be an outlier to the state on this anymore. And I don't believe in carving in any exceptions by special permit. There's no reason for us to be an outlier. And I think it's detrimental to the overall future of the town and the growth and development patterns of the town. So that's all I have to say on it. I'm wholeheartedly supportive of this. I agree with Clark when we put this on the warrant, and it should have the deleted text.
All right.
So,
Thank you, Mr. Callahan. I'll now turn to Mr. Grady, and he has 5 minutes.
I won't take that long. Personally, I think it was a very well thought out presentation and well put together, and thank you, Katie. And I'm all for tightening up the zoning laws, and the way I look at it, from what we've seen in my time on the planning board, the sooner the better. So if it's brought up before the town meeting as soon as possible, I'm all for it. So thank you for putting that. It's a lot of work.
Thank you. And it was a working group effort. There's been.
No, I'm
everybody's
thinking the
been-
group as a whole. I just thank you for presenting it. I wouldn't-
I drew the short straw.
So, and thank you, Tom, and I think Cassie and whoever else, and Woody. I think it was very well done, and I'm all for it.
All right, Mr. Grady, you finished?
I am.
Thank you very much. Mr. Potter, you have 5 minutes.
Hi, guys. I thought the presentation was fantastic. It really gave a lot of insight into the reasoning behind it and how many houses are going to be affected. My major concern here is that while we are not taking away property rights, we could potentially be taking away a significant asset of someone that owns one of these 75 lots that would be impacted. As we all know, lots in town are worth a significant amount of money. And absent some sort of grandfathering clause added as a modification to the deletion of this language for people that currently own one of these 75 lots in common ownership, I'd be hesitant to move forward and with a support of the current language, because I just don't know the impact that that's going to have on someone that's held one of these 75 lots for decades and has thought of it as an asset for retirement purposes, for giving, for estate purposes or for any other reason. It's a significant amount of money if this bylaw is to be passed and it immediately extinguish someone's rights as they currently exist. And that's my concern. I know it's only 3%. I know it's a 75 lots. And I'm generally in support of this bylaw going away at some point. I just don't want to be fair to the people that have been relying upon the current bylaw as it's now reads, and not rob these people of their rights without affording them some sort of protection, either by grandfathering them in as present owners, or perhaps giving them a certain amount of years to come into, to split the properties up into separate ownership to protect themselves. And perhaps that's been given some thought. And if it has, please, let me know, because that's a pretty important factor in my decision making.
So we have not contemplated grandfathering. From our perspective, there's been 60 years here for people to develop the lots if they saw fit. I understand your concern, but I guess what I would say is that these lots still retain value. If it's a common ownership adjoining, there's always the ability to merge for zoning purposes. They can be held in separate for title purposes, but in terms of merging for zoning purposes to build, take the scenario where somebody has a 50,000 square foot lot and a 20,000 square lot in RB. What we're suggesting is that those two lots would need to be merged and then redivided into two compliant 35,000 square foot lots, instead of having a 50,000 and a 20,000. Now, I can't answer for you. And to be honest, the work that would need to be done to analyze those 75 requires an incredible amount of work. I mean, it's going back and pulling registrations and common ownership and a whole bunch of things. Where our working group got to was the fact that these have existed for 60 plus years, that we are an anomaly in the state of Massachusetts in terms of offering these additional protections. And the fact that there is recourse for those that have common ownership to merge for zoning purposes. And depending on their specific circumstances, some of them will be able to create 2 buildable lots or more. But in terms of keeping a single lot that is adjoining and in common ownership that is not conforming in size, unfortunately, we've gotten to the point where with large homes and non-conforming size lots, we have a scale issue in town. On top of that, the community feels that we have a development problem in terms of just feeling crowded and overdeveloped. And so I guess when it comes down to it, it is a policy question that we're asking the planning board and the community to adjudicate on. This is about community character. And I understand your question, Eric, in terms of assets, but ultimately that is chafing against community desires in terms of land use policy. And that's what we have to decide as a result of this.
And that's why, thanks,
Thank you,
Katie.
Ms. Dugan.
Hold on, Amy. So I think I was, and I completely understand that they may not align the two interests,
Yeah.
which is why I'm wondering if those 75, is it, I do think they're afforded some sort of, I think it would be equitable or the right thing to do if they were afforded some sort of notice that we make the presumption that people are aware of the fact that these zoning bylaws are going to be changed, but this isn't a small amount of money that someone could potentially be losing out on, and a potential asset that they can be losing out on when this bylaw does change. And if I would feel, while I feel fairly uncomfortable, if these these 75 lots weren't provided some sort of notice to be made aware of this potential change, that they had a right to either voice their opinion or to protect themselves and their estate and their financial well-being prior to making a change like this, and then just waking up one morning when they thought they had this asset and it no longer existed. That's my general concern. That's all I really have to say.
Excuse me, but this wasn't meant to be a back and forth. I wanted to go around with the individual planning board members first, and then we'll have an open discussion.
I
want to
did
get
have
all
5 minutes,
issues on the
though, right, Amy?
table. You're fine, Eric, but Katie,
Okay.
rather than going back and forth, I'd like to get Paul Caleri, then my comments, and then we can open it up for discussion.
Well,
So
to
let
be
me-
honest, Amy, I find it very hard to remember what I need to rebut that way. I'm happy to do it however you suggest, but it is really hard to go back and do that. But Eric, I took note of your proposed change would be some form of notice or delayed acceptance in order to give landowners that are impacted a chance to respond. Okay.
Exactly, just something like that. Yes.
That's what
Thank you.
tonight is.
Can I ask you, Eric, is that a recommendation?
Yes, that'd be a recommendation, and that's all I have.
Thank you.
I
Mr.
wonder if I could interject one thing. I was just looking at the listing of lots, and of the 75 lots in question, only 9 have been in the same ownership for the last 33 years, since 1988. That's 12%. 88% of these lots have turned over. I would say the great majority in the last 10 years. So the notion, I'm sympathetic, of course, to the notion of people holding these lots as retirement assets or something, but most of these lots have been changed ownership really within the last 10 or maybe 20 years. They haven't, only 9 have been held for more than 32 years.
Thank you for the point of information. Mr. Caleri?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let's see. I think if Lauren could help me out. Lauren, could you pull up slide 7 in the presentation?
Sure, give me one moment.
So I know we keep talking about 75 lots, which essentially would be considered the conforming lots. But I think what we should be talking about is, I think that's 8, if you could go back one, yeah. So realistically, I think we should be talking about the 200 parcels now instead of the 75 that would be conforming, I think, because there are some protections that those others will lose if this gets put on the warrant and approved. So I agree with Eric and Clark's concerns. In full disclosure, I'm also part of the zoning bylaw working group and been trying to find some way or make some suggestions, clearly not in time. I think my suggestion would have been to send a mailing certified letter to these 198 parcel owners, just to let them be on notice, because it'd be nice if they could be here to participate in this
Tonight is
discussion.
This is
So-
notice. This is public notice.
I'm sorry, I'll just finish my thoughts, and then Tom, if you want more time,
Sorry.
the chair can give it to you. So if we were to send a certified registered letter to these 200 potential parcel owners, I understand that this is the public chance, but clearly there's 58 participants and we're talking about 7,500 residents in town. So I'm sure if others knew, I don't think this has been, and I know that it's difficult to socialize, it's COVID, it's a bunch of different things, it's tough to get the word out. But realistically, I think there's more people in jeopardy than either the 75 that are conforming. Now, when we say conforming, some of these others, some of those conforming by lot size only, because I see it says reference their lot size. Some of those might not exactly have the frontage today needed. They might have a 20-foot frontage that was allowable when they were created that they don't have now. So what we say here, the 75 that are going to be, that have the right lot size, but they're also not qualifying under today's zoning. I just wanted to bring it up. I want to bring it to everyone's attention. I think that these people should be notified. And then if, they want to show up at town meeting and vote, because now they're going to be personally affected and maybe they wouldn't have shown up. I don't know. But I just feel like it's our duty as elected officials in town to let the townspeople know. And I understand the town and things that are said around town. There's too much development going on. We're doing too much. Well, these lots were created and they have been either in these people's families or have transferred to new owners within even the last 10 years. But it's value, and it's value, no matter how many times it transfers ownership. So I wanted to make sure that that was brought to the public's attention. And I think the zoning bylaw working group has done an amazing job. It's been a lot of work. It's been a lot of research. And I just feel like if we potentially put them on notice, then maybe we add this to the spring town meeting. And I guess that was my other question is, can we are these going to be voted on 1, 2, 3, like separate? Could we put
Yes.
2 on the fall and maybe push this out to the spring? I'm just asking for clarification.
They will be voted separately, Paul. And, it is always the purview of the zoning bylaw working group and the planning board to indefinitely postpone an amendment up until the date of a special town meeting. So if we were to decide that it didn't make sense to bring this forward for December 13th, it could be indefinitely postponed and then again brought forward with no prejudice at annual town meeting. I did want to make one comment relative to your thought process about lot size. The reason that we focused on lot size when we were talking about the undeveloped is that lot size actually increased between 1968 and what is current, from the 20,000 for RB as an example to 35,000. The frontage actually decreased. And so in most cases, frontage is not an issue. I can't say it across all 198, but at the time of registration, under the zoning bylaws from 1955 to 68, we actually had frontage requirements of 125 feet. I think I'm right. Woody, is it 125?
That's correct.
So it went from 125 to 50. So I guess I just want to make sure that the reason we focused on lot size was that was the one that was going to be detrimental in most cases in terms of the movement over from 68 to the current zoning versus frontage, which is actually beneficial to most landowners.
All
I have
right,
a
thank
question.
you.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Just a-
Is that Lauren? Yes,
It's
please.
Lauren, yes, sorry, just a point of clarification, because in Paul Cleary's comment, he mentioned on this screen that shared the 198 parcels. And I just want for my understanding, for the public's understanding, the 198 parcels here, that's just quantifying how many parcels are undeveloped total, but the only lots that would be potentially impacted by this bylaw change that we're talking about right now is the dark orange side, the non-conforming lots, not the conforming lots, correct?
Correct. That is our
Okay.
understanding.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah,
I think-
8.3 does
All
not
right.
apply.
Wait, Tom, please. Katie, are you finished?
Paul Cleary's comment, I think was kind of twofold. One, the point that Lauren was clarifying, but I think the bigger point he was making was about making sure there was notification to all 198.
All right, may I ask, Mr. Colery, is that a recommendation?
Yes, please. I think Eric might have already made it, but I'll second it in the event that I
Okay.
misheard what he said.
Okay. All right, so we've done our first round of planning board member discussions.
Amy,
And,
do you have comments as chair and planning board member?
My comments are that I feel that the investigations that have taken place over the last year in identifying this issue as a priority for the town based on being on the master plan as well as serving on the planning board. I feel that the analysis has been done in a thorough and fair manner. And that what I hear from neighbors and what I hear from people that send me emails is that the set of issues that we've raised in relationship to why this has been created are the ones that you identified. And so I am in support of this particular warrant because I think that it is has the potential to allow people, if they have adjoining properties, to potentially have two properties. I think there's a lot of mechanisms that have already been built in to try to provide opportunities for people to not lose value, but to change value in ways that are still positive for them. So those are my personal comments. So let me ask, do the planning board members at this time want to go around for a second round of 5 minutes each? Clark Brewer.
Well, I'd like to engender some expert input into what might become a discussion at some point, but I'd like to know from council what unique perspective she might bring to a discussion on this, whether there's any specific unintended consequences, and whether changing the format for a warrant article that includes the removed language makes sense. Any general comments? I'd like to ask basically the similar question of our town planner, Lauren Lind, as well as we have the Zoning Board of Appeals Chairman here, Woody Chidick, who has unique in-depth perspective on what he's seen over the years in how this, I mean, we saw one example of Windy Hill. We did large home reviews on the planning board for that in the example, but he may have some unique perspective on in support or unintended consequences relative to this draft zoning bylaw.
All right, thank you very much. I will call on Ms. Murray, Ms. Lind, and then Mr. Chidick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think anytime, obviously, the town considers a zoning amendment, there's always someone's property rights that are going to be impacted by it. And there always seems to be an unintended consequence because we amend a bylaw with a purpose and a goal in mind. And there often is some sort of collateral damage, if you will, that perhaps we thought about, or perhaps we didn't, but it's not uncommon. In answer to your question about other communities having more generous provisions of 48 Section 6, yes, there are several. I can't say that I've seen anything quite like Cohasset's. I've seen others where rather than a lot or a parcel having to exist on a plan that has been recorded, I have seen some bylaws that just refer to a plan being described in a deed that is recorded. So it may be a lot that exists only by description in deed, but never actually matches up with a plan. There are a number of communities that have had that type of more generous provision, if you will, of Chapter 48, Section 6. I think one thing that we should just bear in mind for those who are listening tonight, because this is the public hearing. I certainly understand the views of members feeling as though those 198 property owners should get some sort of special notice of the proposed change. And certainly that's something that we discussed further, but the legal ad and the public hearing that we're having tonight is supposed to serve that purpose. And then furthermore, when you actually put this on the warrant at town meeting and it gets distributed, that's providing further notice to folks. So I think to your point, Mr. Brewer, about changing the format for the warrant article so that it's a little bit more clear what is the language that's proposed to be deleted. I do think that is a good idea because not all of us walk around with a copy of our Cohasset zoning bylaws in our back pocket to say, gee, what is section 8.3B or 8.3C and how does this affect me? If it's right there in the warrant, folks will be a little bit more quick to identify whether or not their personal property interests might be at stake. One thought that I just didn't want to let escape. I know there was some discussion about, why are we doing this at this time as opposed to at an annual town meeting in the spring. That's certainly a decision that remains to be made. I just want to make sure that if this does wind up going on the warrant for the December town meeting, we do have to be careful about a motion to indefinitely postpone with the idea that we'll bring this back in the spring. There's this concept in Chapter 48, Section 5 about repetitive zoning petitions, and that also applies to a zoning amendment. And if something has not been favorably voted upon, it can't be brought back. There's some footnote in town meeting time that actually considers a motion to indefinitely postpone a zoning article is not a favorable action. It's an considered unfavorable action. So we want to just be careful about whatever terminology we may choose. If that is a route that we ultimately take, and we may not make that decision tonight, that might be a decision that is made on the evening of December 13th. I think before anyone is quick to make a motion to indefinitely postpone, we might instead want to make a motion to refer the bylaw amendment back to the zoning bylaw working group for further study. That doesn't have the effect of an unfavorable vote at town meeting, and that would allow it to come back up in the spring if we so choose. And then I think finally, I know that since there's so much concern about folks whose current property rights might be impacted by the zoning change, and I don't know of those 51% of those 198 parcels, I don't know the breakdown as to how many of those parcels are at least 5,000 square feet and have at least 50 feet of frontage. But I think it is important to repeat that even if we delete sections 8.3B and C, the provisions of Chapter 48, Section 6 are going to remain in place. And 48, Section 6 provides the single lot exemption for a lot not held in common with adjoining parcels that was shown on a plan and recorded, conformed to zoning at the time that it was created, and has at least 5,000 square feet of lot area and 50 feet of frontage. There's then another provision that protects common lots. And those common lots would have a 5-year protection following any kind of a zoning amendment, that if we have a series of lots that are owned in common, and again, were shown on a plan, conform to zoning when they were actually created, and have at least 7,500 square feet of lot area and 75 feet of frontage, those lots are going to be protected for 5 years following a zoning amendment. So as I said, I don't know how those two protections interface with the 51% of the 198 lots that are undeveloped. But we want to be clear that those lots will still remain subject to their statutory protection and would remain buildable in accordance with the statute. And I
Thank you.
don't know if I answered all of your questions, Mr. Brewer.
Oh, no, and then some. Thank you.
Okay, and we can come around again. Mr. Chidick?
Yeah, I would just urge us to take a look at the number of properties, lots that are really going to be impacted. I think they're very small. But I also see that there's an awful lot of activity going on in terms of accumulating small lots on the part of some principals. Many of these are LLCs. I don't know who stands to be the beneficiary of these. But I think almost everybody is going to be taken care of. I count 9 lots out of 75 that may or may not have been held for some period of time. Many of these are certainly the other 49% that conform. There's no reason to notify them, because all you'd be notifying them is say, congratulations, you conform. And I don't know what purpose that would serve. I think we're talking about a very small number here, and I think there are protections that, as Carolyn said, that travel along with those with that land and these changes. So,
Sorry, Woody, have you seen any particularly egregious examples of where 8.3 has been used that seemed upsetting when you review them on the Zoning Board of Appeals? Or
yeah, the issue, Clark, is that the Zoning Board of Appeals only gets appeals, and we don't get to see, for instance, this is not directly germane, but we don't get to see large home reviews. We don't get to see anything unless a proposal, let's say, is violating lot coverage. Many of these other things that are done by right bypass us entirely.
right.
So I don't have any way to calculate. It's hearsay. I don't think I'd want to count on my recollections.
All right. So thank you very much. Mr. Brewer, do you have more to say? Would you like to say
Well,
more?
I wanted to get also our town planner's unique perspective on
Right.
this particular bylaw change. I know she's been involved with the master plan. I'm sorry, the master plan implementation committee and the bylaw working group.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your time. And again, just thank you for all of the members of the zoning bylaw working group and planning board and all the members in the public who are here to participate tonight. In terms of this bylaw, I will say, just from my experience in town and what I've seen in terms of some of these data points have already been said, but our large house review process, the majority of those cases that come before us are on lots that qualify under the single lot exemption. And I think that, there's been a lot of community sentiment around preservation of character, concerns about mass and scaling and things. This could be an avenue to address that. I'm professionally agnostic as to how this proceeds. I do understand both sides. I am hesitant at the concept of adding a grandfathering provision, because I think a grandfathering provision here would just eliminate the purpose of doing this entirely. And then I just want to make a point on an administrative note. There's a question brought up about mailing, and just currently from an administrative and staff capacity perspective, we don't have a process in place to conduct a mailing of this nature. From the statute and the legal framework that we have, the required notice that we do is the public hearing mailings and the newspaper ad that we've done tonight, as well as the agenda posting. There is, a time sink and also a fee associated with certified mail that we would need to build a process for. But I have nothing further to add other than what our legal counsel has added. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Would any of the other planning board members like to speak at this point? Or if any of the other members of the zoning board working group like to speak? Otherwise, we have 2 additional warrants we would like to, or 2 additional items that we'd like to discuss, and we can always come back to the one that we are currently on. So let me ask Paul Grady, then Ms. Dugan, or no, Mr. Creighton, then Ms. Dugan.
Yeah,
You go ahead first, Jack.
okay, thank you, Paul. Yeah, I'm on the subcommittee here as the select board representative. First of all, I think we should realize the countless hours that this subcommittee has done going through these bit by bit by bit to make sure that it's done properly. And this is a good example of our committee and subcommittee system in which substantial changes to the town are done by citizens and citizens' work. So I think that my co-workers deserve a great vote of thanks, and also the planning board. This is pretty heavy stuff. I know the planning board is frequently working till 11, 11:30 at night. That being said, I think this is a great idea. I think this is a common sense way to review our zoning laws, and it is in response to a pretty widespread public request and concern about Cohasset kind of evolving into a town that is denser and less desirable than the town that we all moved into, or some of us were born into, not me. So I think I strongly support this. And I do think that the notice is a legitimate point. And I think that is best answered by, we are in the notice period. This has not been put into place. And this is the public hearing to notify everybody in town. And in addition, this will go before the town meeting, and the warrant which contains this will be sent out to all the households in town. So I think there will be adequate, notice, and the town meeting is the forum in which our town will decide this issue. So I personally am in favor of it. And again, I think it's well thought out, and it's a good example of Cohasset actually coming together to take care of our common town destiny.
Thank you, Mr. Creighton. Mr. Grady, then Ms. Dugan.
Just a couple takeaways that I just wanted to throw out there. I think it was Katie that said it. 2004, we were averaging 10 houses a year, and now we're averaging what, Katie, 26?
Yeah, north of 25, yeah.
So, and I'm going to assume for the most part, those are all very large homes. And also 60 years for people to be able to do what they wanted, within the existing bylaw. I think enough's enough. So I think it's critical that you get this into the fall town meeting. And, we've heard it on the planning board, a number of people, neighbors, abutters, Windy Hill, as you mentioned, being one of them, but, and there's nothing you can really do. So again, I just want to stress that it was an excellent presentation. I support it, and I look forward to seeing it on the warrant in the fall.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grady. Ms. Dugan?
The only point I wanted to make, Chairwoman, was that we do need to pause for public comment before we move on. We've had planning board comments, but I would hate to, as we've been talking about, this is to hear the public comments on this.
Right. So are there any other comments from members of the working group? If not, then Ms. Lind, will you give us some sense of the number of people that would like to speak, and just so we can kind of manage how we're going to proceed?
Absolutely. Yeah. So we have a couple of people who have entered into the chat, and we can take those in the order that they came in. There are also some folks with their hand raised. If you have your hand raised and you just have a first name or initials, we need you to, verify your full name so that we can address you. And as a reminder, for everyone who addresses the board tonight, please, when you're promoted to speak, state your name and address for the record. Please try to keep your comments to items that have not been, please try not to be repetitive. Don't repeat items. And we ask that people keep their comments 2 or 3 minutes maximum. So I'm going to begin first with Marty Corey of 81 Pleasant Street. He was the first individual to enter into the chat, and he'll be joining us in a moment as a panelist.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Martin Corey. I live at 81 Pleasant Street with my wife, Jane. We've lived here since 1978. And we're reaching the stage of our time in Cohasset to think about quote unquote selling the big house. We've been dealing, as everyone has, with COVID and have been trying to ascertain what the best plan is going forward with our house and lot that adjoins us on Pleasant Street. I had shared with Lauren a copy of a survey that we had done several years ago, and I don't know if she has the ability to share that with the members of the board. It would be very helpful in use along with my comments. Is that possible, Lauren?
I'm sorry, Marty, I'm not able to share that right now, but I can distribute that for the board members after the meeting so that they have that.
Thank you.
Can I take 1 minute? I have Jen Oram, who is a member of the staff, raising her hand.
Right, and I would just respectfully suggest that if people have questions regarding specific lots, that we allow them to send the information or they come to the office to check that. Otherwise, I think
Fine. I'll keep this as a
I just think it makes a lot of sense. I'm not just talking about you, Mr. Corey. I'm talking about everybody.
Understand.
Just
I
so
understand.
that's just my suggestion.
We have an adjoining lot that has 64 feet of frontage in common ownership. I was wondering why, if it's not in common ownership, it's 75 feet, and it's and if it's not in common ownership, it's 50 feet. Number one. Number two, with COVID, the ability of folks to be aware of what's going on can be a hardship. Health issues, booster shots, no one is on the same kind of schedule. I came down to town hall to renew a dog license and immediately was reminded everything is done remotely. This parcel of land represents a very significant asset to my wife and I. And we are hoping to do something with this. We got an opinion from former council Rich Henderson that it did represent a buildable lot about 2 months ago. We met with an architect and now obviously are forced to put all those plans on hold. In addition, we've had 3 or 4 houses built within 40 yards of our house over the last 5 to 7 years under the current bylaw. I asked Attorney Henderson if I could try to put together a house plan to file yesterday. And he said, no, unfortunately, given the notice for this meeting tonight, last week, that would be the deadline for filing a plan. So unless the vote is delayed tonight, or if there's adverse action taken at the special town meeting, I'm not going to have an asset that I was hoping to use as my wife and I consider our retirement planning. And unfortunately, if the current bylaw stands and we were able to sell that lot, we would be selling our house and that lot at the same time, because capital gains, if we were only to sell that lot, we would take the hit on just that sale. So we would be looking to do both things at once. And I understand with the big houses and so forth and so on. I'm not a developer. I'm a single individual with my wife who's lived in Cohasset since 1978. And my argument is really just based on fundamental equity. I would like to see either the 75-foot frontage requirement for properties not held in common extended to properties held in common, or some postponement of the vote this evening for 1 month, so that I would be able to move forward with my plan to build a house on that lot. I've got the letter from council with regards to that being a buildable lot. I've got my conversations with my architect.
Mr. Corey,
you.
we really, okay, thank
I
you.
understand. Thank you for
Okay.
your time.
And so let me allow, I have two hands, one of a planning board member and Ms. Dugan, and I'd like them both to comment
Thank you.
to ensure that what you had to say is actually technically correct, not because you're wrong, but because of the numbers that we're using. So Tom Callahan, then Katie Dugan.
Well, if you don't mind, Marty, if you could tell us, did Rich say you have a buildable lot because of the existence of 8.3B? Or
Yes.
only because of that?
I hate to rely on my memory.
Well, you're asking us for
Yes.
extraordinary, you're asking us for extraordinary treatment,
Yes.
thinking you are one of those people that might be affected by this change. And I want to know if you actually are affected by this change.
I am.
Because you have common ownership. That's a problem for you under 48 Section 6, unless your lot is a certain size. The larger frontage doesn't help you. The 64 feet would be fine under 48 Section 6. It's what's the lot size of the empty lot?
Approximately 12,000 square feet.
Okay, all right, then your problem would, if this would go through, is going to be you're relying under 48 Section 6. You're going to meet the 50-foot frontage and the 5,000 square foot requirement, but you're not going to meet this common ownership requirement. And there's nothing here we do that's going to change that.
No,
I'd be curious to see the letter, because I know Rich has written, in connection with another project.
I'd like to actually, this is getting into individual circumstances, which we really can't solve because we don't have any paper in front of us. My recommendation would be that Mr. Corey go to town hall and work with the individuals in town hall and bring it that way rather than trying to resolve it here. But thank you for your comments.
Appreciate it.
Ms. Dugan?
I guess I was going to say exactly the same thing that you were going to say, Amy, but I also want to encourage Mr. Corey and his council to think about his developed lot as it stands in terms of square footage and frontage, because there is the ability to utilize both lots in order to create two conforming lots. Again, I have no idea whether that's a situation that will help you or not. But again, since they are adjoining and held in common ownership, there is the ability to move lot lines and split frontage and split square footage between the two lots, if that is helpful. And I'll stop there because I don't think that solving this tonight is going to result in anything, but we appreciate your time and your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Corey. May we have the next person, Jen or Lauren?
Yes, thank you. I'll promote. Next, we have Jeff DeLisi. He has had his hand raised for a bit. And then I just want to remind everyone, please just try to keep your comments to 3 minutes maximum. I'm going to have my colleague Jen Oram run a timer for us so that we can keep on track for the meeting.
And Lauren, when that happens, if somebody runs out of time, I just want everyone here to notice that we will actually turn off the sound so that we can move forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Attorney Jeff DeLisi. I have various clients that would be affected by this. A couple of comments to make very briefly, and then I want to talk about something very substantive, which is a misconception under the law that I'm hearing tonight. All right. Number one, I noticed that the master plan had indicated that it would assess both the pros and the cons to eliminate the single lot exemption. So I'm just wondering whether or not the committee had actually assessed the cons, and if so, could we have them? Secondly, one of the points and goals of the master plan is to encourage smart growth, and eliminating the single lot exemption is no growth. It's not smart growth, it's no growth. The majority of my clients who benefit from this provision are folks that can't otherwise afford lots that conform with zoning under conventional zoning. And so in the case here, we have lots that are smaller, affordable lots that would otherwise comply with the single lot exemption. Taking that away takes away an avenue for somebody who might not otherwise be able to afford to live in this town to actually buy here. But With respect to the single lot exemption, what it does is that it basically says that if you have lots in three different zones, A, B, or C, on the, so long as you have 9,000 square feet in A, 15,000 square feet in B, and 20,000 square feet in C, then you're protected. And so there's a factor that's already factored into that requirement that affects this concept that the entire single lot exemption completely does away with the concept of merger. But the real issue here is I have a client, for instance, who is I'm concerned about lots that have already unmerged, all right? Because in the case that you're all talking about, you're talking about examples where two lots are presently held together in common ownership. But 48 Section 6, and I think Carolyn can talk about this, the second sentence protects lots from increases in lot area, frontage, and width, provided they meet certain requirements that have already been recorded. It protects those lots from those zoning changes for a period of 5 years if they're held in common ownership. So if I have a client who had a recorded plan, the plan was they were protected by the single lot exemption. Then a zoning bylaw change, for instance, in the 70s that increases the lot area comes into being. Then that property is protected under the single lot exemption from that increase for a period of 5 years if it's held in common ownership.
Mr. DeLisi.
So, no, I'm going to finish this because this is important, is if a property has unmerged since then and is held in separate ownership, the single lot exemption protects that. If you do away with the single lot exemption, the analysis under the law is that you get a 5-year protection from the date of the zoning change that increased the lot area. This 5-year protection isn't from this zoning change. And so that 5 years is gone for lots that have already unmerged. It's over. Without this protection, it's done.
Mr. DeLisi, thank you for pointing these out. We can't negotiate these particular points in this
But-
meeting. What we're doing at
These
this
are
moment-
examples of what's important to consider. It doesn't seem to me like these have been discussed tonight at all, and that
So-
the cons have even been discussed.
Thank you for this. What we're doing is accumulating information as we would expect to do in a public hearing.
I would hope that you can ask your town council to comment on what I had just indicated.
I have a question of a planning board member first, and then I'll do that. Mr. Callahan?
Well, we're going to get into how we characterize this. We're not eliminating the single lot exemption. We're simply ratcheting back to the state law single lot exemption.
Which only has a protection from 5 years from years ago.
No, it does not. No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Look,
Wait,
all right, I'll just let Amy, let me just.
I want you to speak, Tom. I just don't want him to respond back. That's
All right.
Can we show slide 8, please? Because this is directly relevant to what we're talking about right now.
Yes, we can. Just give me a moment.
Because point number 2 is undeveloped lots not held in common ownership, which is the scenario that Mr. DeLisi is talking about in terms of lots that have unmerged. And if there's no common ownership and they've unmerged,
They don't unmerge. Let me make that point. Once a lot has merged, it does not unmerge to allow a non-conforming lot to be developed. Carolyn can comment on that or not, but Eric so somebody earlier said it too, like, or at least alluded to the concept of unmerging these things. My understanding of the merger doctrine is once merged, you cannot unmerge to create a non-conforming buildable lot. You can do what Katie said earlier, you can try to create 2 conforming lots. You can move lot lines to do that, but you don't unmerge to get around the single lot exemption law. And the single lot exemption, the first part is if you are not in common ownership, you have a lifetime benefit of 40A Section 6. The 5-year one is for lots that are in common ownership. It's an exception to the exception of the single lot exemption. And all we're doing is going back to what that state law says, which is our subsection A. We are giving in B and C more rights than the state law is allowing. But if you've got somebody who meets 40A Section 6 with a 50-foot frontage and a 5,000 square foot lot and no common ownership, you're going to get the benefit of 40A Section 6. I really don't think as many people are going to be affected who think they're going to be affected are actually going to be affected, because state law already gives them protections.
Thank you, Mr. Callahan. Ms. Murray, and then Mr. Potter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Mr. Callahan that once lots have merged, they cannot be unmerged if the result is going to be creation of a non-conforming lot. But also, just to go back to this 5-year provision under 40A Section 6, the second sentence that Attorney DeLisi was talking about, it says any increase in area, frontage, width, yard, or depth requirements of a zoning ordinance or bylaw shall not apply for a period of 5 years from its effective date or for 5 years from January 1st, 1976, whichever is later. And that is to a lot, held for single or two-family residential use. So I think what we're talking about here is that the zoning amendment would be the deletion of this section 8.3 B and C, that being the zoning, a change that could potentially affect somebody's rights. But I think as far as the 5 years already having gone past, it's possible that 5 years has already gone past. It depends what the zoning amendment was and what was the increase in area or frontage that may have rendered the lot not unbuildable, but non-conforming. I think this really gets into the weeds of 40A Section 6, and every scenario can be slightly different. I don't know that we're going to solve all of these issues in this format. But it is possible that Mr. DeLisi is right, that some of these lots have already had the 5 years go past because there has already been an intervening zoning amendment. Or it could be that some of these lots are still protected at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. It's obvious that we have a piece of information that we are lacking to be able to confirm across all potentially affected lots exactly what is and what would be or who would be and who wouldn't be affected. Eric Potter.
Yeah, so mine's just a general point really to the zoning bylaw overhaul here with regards to starting with the single lot exemption deletion of this language it goes off of what Attorney DeLisi was talking about, in the sense that if we want to limit development, I think we've got to be careful on the scope of the modifications to the bylaws, because amending or changing too many of the bylaws at any one specific time, what is the impact? Does it stop development of any further lots? Or I know a common issue that's been raised with the master plan implementation was, diversity of housing availability and not just having, ultra exclusive or expensive lots to be sold. And if the number of lots that are developed becomes even more limited, that means that there's a finite number of places that people can build new homes at, and a finite number of places that people have new houses that they could potentially put a home on, and that only drives up the housing costs here, and I think would actually limit diversity and ability for people to build, a range of houses at different prices. Just a general point of kind of like a bird's eye view, and that's all I have to say.
Go back to the public comments where we're at, but if this is a point of information, Ms. Dugan, please go ahead.
I just wanted to be clear that the deletion of 8.3B and 8.3C is not a no growth strategy and not a cessation of development. I think that's a mischaracterization of what will happen in terms of those 198 undeveloped parcels. And to address Eric Potter's comment about housing diversity, the reality is that a quarter acre of land in town that is considered developable is, worth $500,000. And so in terms of affordable housing, we are not going to have affordable housing giving land values for single family homes. The affordable housing and the moderate income housing is going to come through housing types that are not single family homes. It's through condos, it's through multifamily, it's through mixed use. And so I think we have to disabuse ourselves of the fact that single family homes in Cohasset are going to result in nice, cute little capes. That's just not what's going to happen from a land value perspective. And again, I apologize if that's off topic, but I really think that we have to be clear that this is not a no growth or no development policy, but it's rather a moderation of the type of development that we've seen that's resulted in a burst of large single family homes.
Thank you, Ms. Dugan. Let's move back to the public comments, please. Thank you very much, public, for being a part of the conversation.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm going to read a couple of these comments because there's some that have just been written in and would not like to address. One we have from Virginia Jensen of 542 Jerusalem Road. I commend the subcommittee in their diligence. From my perspective, this is what needs to happen in Cohasset. Along with the state of Massachusetts, I am pleased to see that we are considering the future of Cohasset, especially in terms of open space, the environment, preserving Straits Pond and other fragile environments in town, the nature of our town, equitable housing. I support having this on the warrant in the fall, and she did not want to be promoted on camera. And then we have Sean Richard of 441 King Street. Why is this being considered an emergency? What supports that? This doesn't seem like enough time for all that could be impacted to understand and process this. Why is this being so rushed? And now I'm going to promote Mike Stevens of 35 Russ Way to address you. Is Mike with us yet?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
So I just had a couple questions and comments. I mean, I've been in town approximately 50 years with my family here, and I believe I'm one of the ones affected because I have a parcel of land and I have an extra lot with it that has been grandfathered for many years, and I've been holding it for my children or a future build. And I guess one of the questions going back to this 5-year thing is a big factor for me and how that'll impact things. So I'd like some clarity on that. But the numbers you were talking about earlier, I believe the number of single lot exemption houses that were built, you mentioned in the last year, was approximately 3. And I believe you said there were 25 homes total built. So 22 homes were built on conforming. So I don't think it's really the 3 houses that are the problem with the growth in town, in my opinion. I mean, you've got 22 homes being built. So that might be a broader zoning issue as opposed to just cramming this special meeting down in a couple of days before Christmas on a zoning bylaw that will impact many people, including myself, I believe. And the other thing is, I know there was a bylaw recently passed that tightened things up with how much land you can clear on your lot, which makes it more difficult for people to even build on smaller lots, which is fine for growth. And then lastly, I don't want to specify it, but what happens to us that have been paying taxes as a buildable lot for many years to the town, and suddenly you're going to say it's not buildable? And that's the end of my questions and comments.
Thank you, sir. They'll be entered into the record.
Thank you.
So can
Next, we have, oh, sorry.
Can I just first address one question as it relates to land clearing? So as it relates to land clearing that was passed in annual town meeting, that only applies to undeveloped lots for redevelopment of subdivided lots. And so the clearing activity was limited in terms of how we scope that. So again, I can't get into the specifics of your situation, but I did want to clarify that it only applied to undeveloped lots, and it was up to 70% of the parcel square footage, which again is a significant amount, and was already in our existing bylaws as a limit in our water resource district. I appreciate your comments in terms of timing, and I think we've heard that several times from folks.
Thank you. Next, we have Stephen Bjorklund.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can, thank you. Could you state your name and address for the record?
Perfect. Steve Bjorklund, 861 Main Street in Norwalk presently. Although I grew up in Cohasset and spent a lot of my life there, and I love the town. as well as been developing in the area for approximately 39 years. And I'm somewhat familiar with the existing bylaws that the town has. And I have some concerns about this. And I'm going to try and keep it short because I think that this public hearing is hopefully going to be extended. I'm wondering if anybody on the committee or anybody on the planning board can tell me how the decision in Rourke versus Rothman, which is a Supreme Court decision, affects this bylaw change. So that's open to anybody. Hopefully somebody will answer. Okay.
What is it again, Steve?
Rourke versus Rothman. It's Orleans. And if nobody has the answer to that right now tonight, I hope that all of you vote against this bylaw change. Because in Rourke versus Rothman, I'll read a little excerpt if I can very quickly. In essence, the issue in Rourke was whether an enhanced protections of earlier bylaws, which is local bylaws, rendered the subject property truly conforming at the time of subsequent zoning amendments. The plaintiff argued that they did not. They argued that the property in question did not conform to the requirements of zoning in 1970 or under the bylaw amendments because it was only previously deemed buildable, which you're dealing with right now, due to the enhanced protections made available by the town. Fortunately for the owners and the developers of small pre-existing lots, the Supreme Judicial Court did not agree with the plaintiffs. So even if you change this bylaw, I don't think it's going to make any difference at all because the lots, I believe, under this will still be protected. But if you can't answer the question, none of you should be voting in favor of this. Table it till the spring, find out how many lots actually will be buildable or not buildable. Half of them could be wetlands. And Woody made a comment that there may be very, very few lots here that are actually affected. That's not a reason to change zoning. And I know that most of you on the planning board understand that. So again, I don't have any of these lots, but I have developed some in town in the past. And I've also done some that supposedly would have been merged, but they were protected in Cohasset. You probably don't know where they are. You drive by them every day and it doesn't hurt anybody. So this is a great protection that Cohasset has for these owners. And because of a particular development in one neighborhood, that should not drive this zoning change. So I think you need to do some more work.
Thank you, Mr. Borkland.
So I
You're
want to be
welcome.
clear, Mr. Borkland, that we actually pulled Rourke versus Rothman this week and have had counsel looking at it. So in terms of trying to stump the committee, I'm afraid, unfortunately, we are in lockstep with you in terms of reviewing case law. So thank you for that.
Thank
So will town council respond?
No, Mr.
No, we're not going to respond right now.
Yeah,
I think we will land out continuing this public hearing until a future date, but I did want to let you know that we are aware of Rourke versus Rothman, but thank you very much.
Lauren Lind, is there other comments?
Yes, thank you. We have a Blake Martini that's going to join us to address you. And then I just want to note that there's been some additional comments made asking about notification, which we did review earlier, but just so for the record, the public notice that's required for these public hearing articles is we have to, for 2 weeks, dual notice in a newspaper of general circulation, which is the Patriot Ledger for our purposes. And we also notice through the town clerk's website, as well as the public hearing agenda. So we have followed through with the notice and process that we have per statute and the procedures that we have in place already. We don't have a process to allow particular notice in this context. So I just wanted to address that. We spoke about that earlier. I know a couple of members had addressed that. So I just wanted to note that.
Thank you, Ms. Lind. Go ahead, Mr. Martini.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity. I guess my question is in lieu of Mr. Corey's question for people that are in this situation and who are looking to petition the town for building permits and what have you. How does this proposal and this meeting this evening impact people in that particular situation?
At this moment, what we're doing is collecting information from the public and informing the public of the current situation in the instance of the zoning board working groups. interest in modifying the current zoning ordinance in town. We're only collecting information. We're not making any decisions. What we're doing is essentially listening to what people have to say. Jen Oram?
Is, just not to interject, but is, Mr. Martini asking, have you filed a building permit?
I have not,
Okay.
Jen, but my question being is in lieu of the, tonight's meeting and collecting, as the chairperson spoke of, how does this impact anybody that's in preparing or in the process of going before the town with a building, requesting a building permit and a proposal? Is there a
I will check.
delay? Is there a delay, or is it, is it able to go forward as usual?
My understanding is, if Madam Chair is okay with me answering, is, and Carolyn can answer that question, confirm it, but as the date of the public hearing notice for this hearing, that starts the process, which means that he couldn't file anything now until after the town meeting to depend, and if it passes, then it does impact him. But Carolyn can confirm.
So
Right, there's okay, if I may, there's
absolutely.
a couple of different things at work here. There's one provision that once a zoning amendment has been a proposed zoning amendment, the notice of public hearing of the planning board, which is happening tonight, once that has been advertised and appeared in the paper, then the bylaw does apply to any building permit or special permit that has not yet issued. So if you had something in process or were planning on filing something, after tonight, this zoning bylaw would have to be treated as being in effect, at least until we know whether or not town meeting approves it or not. That being said, I want to go back to Chapter 48, Section 6, does protect in perpetuity any lot that was shown on a plan that conformed to zoning when it was created, if there was any zoning that existed, because there may be some that predate zoning, as long as that lot was not held in common ownership with adjoining lots and had at least 5,000 square feet of area and 50 feet of frontage. Then, as I said, we have a second a second provision of Chapter 48, Section 6, that may or may not apply to you. And I don't think we want to get into specifics, but more generally speaking, this is the 5-year provision that if there is a lot that was held in common with adjoining lots, but again, was shown on a plan, recorded, conformed to zoning at the time it was created, and has at least 7,500 square feet of area and 75 feet of frontage, that lot is protected from any sort of zoning change as to any sort of increase in dimensional requirements for a period of 5 years. How that affects your adjoining lot, I don't know. I think that is something, and Jen had a good suggestion earlier, that folks might want to come into town hall and talk with staff directly with more specifics about their lots in hand. But those two exemptions that exist in Chapter 48, Section 6 will not be wiped out by virtue of this proposed zoning amendment.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
Ms. Murray. Thank you, Mr. Martini. Laura Lind?
Thank you. There's no further questions in the Q&A section. There is one hand raised, but until that individual either states their name and address or renames himself, we're not able to promote them, as it's just letters. And unfortunately, in the age of Zoom, we have to be cautious.
All right, thank you. I'm going to turn to Mr. Colery, and then I'm going to see whether we're in a position to move forward. Go ahead, Mr. Colery.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm thinking that maybe Mr. Martini's question might have been a little bit about process as well. And I think he asked what the process is that's happening here tonight. So if I understand it correctly, and maybe somebody else could clarify for the rest of the public, tonight, potentially, the planning board will vote, and then our vote will go as a recommendation to the select board, and the select board would then add it to the warrant. I think that's the process that he might have been asking about. And I heard Amy's response and I thought Amy said that we weren't doing anything, but there is potentially a vote before us about these changes. If you could maybe clarify that for Mr.
There is, assuming that we get through all three of the warrants and we feel a sense of view that people would wish to vote on each one of these. Yes, correct. Ms. Lind?
I just want to add some more context around the process. The avenues for proceeding right now, we have one public hearing for all three of these articles. So even though we're addressing them and the board will take recommendation votes on each one of these three articles, it is one public hearing. So the determination at the end of this meeting, it will be, does the board wish to close the public hearings and make their recommendations on all three articles? And your recommendations either could be to vote to recommend or to refer back for further study or however you choose to act. If any one of those three are not ready to close the hearing tonight, we're going to have to continue the hearing as a total hearing for all three and, continue those to October 20th. October 20th is the last date that we can continue deliberating this for this current warrant article season in the timeline that we have to proceed, because we have a finite timeline that the planning board needs to act so that we can then go to the advisory committee and select board and before the warrant closes. So I just want people to be clear on timeline. If the board also has the power that if they refer back for further study, you could table this for a future upcoming town meeting, such as annual or another special, however you determine necessary. So I just wanted to further add a little bit more color to that. And then in addition, we've had a couple more comments come in, and the person who had raised their hand has indicated who they are and their address now. So if you'd like, I can resume that.
All right, thank you. Looks like there's still two questions in the, there are two questions in the chat.
Yes, so we have Elle Feldman of 3 Diab Lane. We're going to bring her up to speak to you now. And then there's a written question, Sean Richard of 441 King Street. If I purchased 3 adjoining lots yesterday that were held in common ownership and all 3 are non-conforming, can I file for building permits right now, or did I just lose $1.5 million? And I believe just in terms, not speaking specifically to Mr. Richard's question, but any of these questions that are property specific, we're going to ask that you reach out to the building department, and so that staff can assist you with specific requests. The planning board's not going to be able to answer the specifics to every question this evening during the public hearing.
I'd like to know whether that question was actually just a hypothetical or an actual. Because I feel a little bit like that could be a hypothetical question. I think it's important for the community to understand whether that was hypothetical or not.
Can
Well,
Lauren, can you refer that question back to
Mr. Richards?
Mr. Richards?
I typed that. I typed the question to Mr. Richard.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we have Elle Feldman here with us from 3 Diab Lane to address the board. And Elle, if you could just again keep your comments to a 3-minute maximum, please.
Absolutely, won't take that long either. Jeff DeLisi spoke to our exact situation, so I'm so grateful he brought that up. We are an unmerged lot. We bought from a developer. We are first-time home buyers where all we could afford was a smaller lot. It's 25,000 square feet. I believe the new rules are that the new zoning laws are 35,000 square feet. So I don't think that we have the protections right now under 40A, or if you were moving 83B without an exception for us, we don't have any protections, is my understanding.
you have a house on this 25,000 square foot lot?
It's undeveloped.
It's undeveloped, okay.
It's land, so we've
Okay.
already submitted partial building permits, so we're very confused about. It's not merged with another lot, it's unmerged.
Okay.
It's not
Well,
common.
that helps you. And
That helps us?
Yeah, the
Okay.
problem with the single lot exemption, where people will not get relief under the single lot exemption of state law, is when they have lots in common ownership. They have a 5-year window when there's a zoning change. But it's the the 4th paragraph of chapter 48, section 6, the first sentence. Mr. DeLisi was focusing on the second sentence. The first sentence is the core of the single lot exemption given under state law.
Okay, so if
And
we have,
it's meant to benefit a 1 or 2 family house to be built on a non-conforming lot. It all depends on when that lot came into existence. That, so I'm assuming when you bought it, you had counsel, ask your counsel to interpret that for you. I don't want to give you a legal interpretation, but that's the key part of 48 section 6. It's the first sentence of paragraph 4, not the second sentence.
and what if it's after 1955, if it's 1961? Then what are our protections? And this is our life savings for our lot. So I just,
So one of
I
the,
hope you're right.
excuse me, but one of the challenges that we face is that we can't resolve these without actually looking at the documentation that you have and the documentation you've been given. So if you wouldn't mind coming into town, then we can
No,
look
I
at these.
understand. I wanted to present that to you to explain the situation that we're in, just food for thought. Again, this is our life savings that we've put down.
I
So-
understand that, but I don't think the elimination of what we're proposing to eliminate, which is Cohasset's extra benefit over state law, impacts you because you have a lot of a certain size and frontage that perhaps, and I'm not saying definitively, but you have to analyze whether under that first sentence, you can benefit from the state law single lot exemption.
Okay.
Because you own a single lot, you don't have an adjoining lot in common ownership.
Correct. It was unmerged.
It was,
So-
you own a single lot, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's the important piece for you to go back to council. You own a single lot. You don't own a second lot that is adjoining.
It was adjoining, forgive me, it was adjoining, and we have had it unmerged.
Okay, so you own a
Again,
single lot.
Well, again, merged lots do not unmerge. So
Yeah,
the
and
whole-
I heard that earlier.
the whole history of your lot has to be looked at, and, the title search you had when you purchased it and everything, and I don't know who told you it was buildable or not buildable, and whether that was reliable, different issue, but you've got to look at the whole history of that lot. And if it was in common ownership at a time when the zoning rendered this lot, your lot, non-conforming, you can't unmerge that and still have the non-conforming lot. The developer would have had to redivide them in such a way that he created all conforming lots. So it's very important. You can't give you a quick answer, but I don't think our change is impacting you. It's whether you even get the benefit of the state statute on 48 section 6, and that has to go into a detailed look at the history of your property and its ownership.
And time is up. We must move on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Elle.
Thank you.
Trying to help.
Thank you. Next, we
I
have Lily
appreciate it. Thank
Sestito.
you.
Thanks all. We have Lily Sestito here.
Okay.
Lily, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Lily Sestito, 457 Beechwood Street. How is everyone tonight?
Good.
Good. So thank you all. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work, first of all. And I just a couple quick questions, want to kind of clarify things. As someone who's been selling real estate in town for 36 years, I've seen a lot of these lots that you're talking about turn over. A lot of the times that they have turned over, they've turned over from families who have held them for a long time. And they've had things such as 20-foot right-of-ways, where now we're up to 50-foot right-of-ways and everything else. I think the town and our forefathers before, I think they laid out a pretty good plan. I've seen other towns, I've been selling, as I said, for a lot of time, for a lot of years in different towns as well. And I don't think they've had as good of plans as we have. And I think there are a lot of things that safeguard us already, as far as, we have a great conservation commission that's in there. And, so I know one property that I just sold for a family that held it in common for many years. It was 3 grandfathered buildable lots that pulled off of a 20-foot right-of-way. They were only able to get 2 lots because the other lot was definitely deemed wetlands. So my point being is, I think we already have a lot of good safeguards in there. And I think we can't look at everything as just us here now. I mean, these lots have preceded us, or excuse me, they were, well, they did precede us. And once we're gone, you know, what's going to happen to people that do want to leave these to their grandchildren? Maybe you do have a lot now that has been grandfathered and you've paid taxes on it for all these years. What happens when you do want to leave these to your children? I think we are unique. I know it because I've heard it a lot when I go to other towns that they'll say, oh, well, we can't build because of this. And well, Cohasset has that single lot exemption. And I think that's great that we're unique. And I know that there has been some building over the years, but someone who's lived here pretty much my entire life. I think Cohasset still has done a good job. It's beautiful. And I think, why would we give up rights? You know, I don't mean to be disrespectful at all, but I think we have our rights. And I know that we're trying to stop other things, but my question is, if there's already 40B in town, we've already allowed 40B in, what's going to stop people that now they're not going to be able to build on that lot? So now they are going to co-join them. And then what happens when, you know, all of a sudden they realize, well, you know what? We can't make our money now. So let's put all these lots together and sell out to a 40B. And so I think it sounds like what we're trying to do is slow down the building, but instead of building and having single family lots, where I would much rather have a nice single family lot next to me than to have someone combine 6 lots together and put up a giant 40B and have another, you know, thing that's going on in, you know, well, I don't know, name places. So that's just my question.
Thanks, Lily. I think I appreciate your comments about 40B. I'm not sure you can draw a direct line between what we're talking about from a land use perspective and 40B. I feel like it's being used a little bit in this context as the boogeyman, which I don't think it should be viewed as in general, because one of the comments that is made in the master plan is the lack of moderate income and affordable housing. So again, I appreciate your comments. I appreciate the perspective you bring from living in town, but I do have to caution us to draw a direct line between the comments made about 40B and merging of 6 lots and resulting in apartment buildings.
Thank you, Ms. Dugan. All right, do we have other public comments, Ms. Lind?
We have, we just received one, Megan Belson of 111 Forest Ave. For the list of property owners affected, is that just recorded lots? What about property owners that have plans to do so, like Marty Corey, who spoke first?
Carolyn, would you please explain the situation again?
So if under Chapter 40A, as soon as the planning board has advertised their public hearing for a proposed zoning amendment, as soon as that first notice appears in the newspaper, that zoning bylaw is going to apply to any application for a building permit or a special permit going forward. We are sort of in this limbo, if you will, between when the planning board has its public hearing and when town meeting may eventually vote on the zoning bylaw change. And it may very well be that town meeting votes down a zoning bylaw change. But any application that comes in between has to operate under the assumption that the zoning bylaw is going to be approved at town meeting. But again, having said that, Chapter 48, Section 6 also provides certain protections for certain types of lots. One type of lot that is protected in perpetuity is a lot that has 5,000 square feet of lot area, 50 feet of frontage, and is not held in common ownership with any other adjoining land, as long as that lot is shown on a plan that's been recorded, and at the time that it was created, it conformed to zoning. Another type of protection that Chapter 48, Section 6 provides that will continue regardless of what happens with respect to this proposed zoning amendment is what's known as the common lot protection. That means that any sort of zoning bylaw that seeks to increase a dimensional requirement is not going to apply for a period of 5 years from its effective date to any sort of lot that, again, was shown on a plan that's recorded and complied with zoning at the time it was created, but has at least 7,500 square feet of lot area and 75 feet of frontage.
Thank you for that. Are there other individuals, Ms. Lynn?
No, there's no new individuals that would like to speak. We do have a hand raised from a participant, but they've already addressed the board and has maxed out on their time.
All right, thank you. So I'd like to get a sentiment from the board members, but first I'd like to turn to Lauren and sort of get us where we are focused.
Certainly. So I think we still have 2 articles to get to tonight. And I think if the board would like to take a vote on this article right now, if there's a consensus as to how to move forward, I think, again, just to highlight your decisions are to vote whether you'd like to recommend that this move forward to December special town meeting. You can vote to continue this hearing until October 20th. Again, keep in mind that the whole hearing is going to apply to all 3 articles. So if you'd like to continue this discussion and you're not ready to vote, you just say you're going to table this to the 20th and we'll take a vote at the end of all of these articles. And then your other option is to just, instead of tabling 1 week until the 20th, if you feel that 1 week isn't going to be sufficient to get the information needed to make a conclusion, then you can recommend that we turn this back to the zoning bylaw working group for further study for a future town meeting.
Mr. Callahan?
Well, I think that we're going, since this is all joined as one hearing, we're going to need to continue this to the 20th. We should proceed with the other 2 articles. But, you know, it is possible that the warrant can go out and say planning board recommendation to be made, you know, reported at town meeting. We don't have to have our vote in the warrant. And yes, a week's time, you know, my interest in the week is, you know, we have a universe of 75 potential properties that may be under that with the nine that are knocked out by common ownership. You know, if some people want to give individual examples, you know, because I think a lot of misconceptions, a lot of misstatements about the law were stated tonight. I think a lot of people might be okay even if this goes away. And, you know, so I don't want to be rushed, but obviously I don't think everybody's ready to vote because I don't think everybody feels they have enough information. So I would.
Are you making a recommendation then?
I'll make a motion right now. We continue the public hearing to next week, but that we continue tonight with the hearing, at least as to the other 2 articles, and we hear them out as long as we're all here.
Correct. All right. Do I hear a second?
So we don't have to vote on continuing the hearing for the zoning working group #1 article. I mean, wouldn't we, if we know we're going to continue the hearing based on the last couple of hours of discussion, then we'd be continuing for all 3. So I don't see why we would make a motion to continue one now.
I'm not, Paul.
But if we want to end the public hearing, if you want to continue the public hearing to a later date, they're all one. It's all one public.
It's all one public hearing. I know
that. Continue at the end of all 3.
All right. Let's continue with the public hearing as to the other 2 articles. But at 10 o'clock, whenever we get to the finish of that, I think we are, because it's all one public hearing, all 3 articles are joined into one public hearing, we're going to continue it for no other reason for further discussion of this article. We may both be in favor of the other 2, and then we'll just do quick votes on them next week. But let's just go forward. But that's what I'm suggesting. I don't think any of you are ready to vote on Article 1.
Just
regardless of what we do on the next 2
all right.
articles.
I just want to make one point relative to this.
Go ahead, Mr. Brewer.
That it makes sense for me to take the time necessary to review all 3 zoning changes. and to give the rest of the planning board and the planning board as a class as much time as is reasonable. Tom is right. We can vote our recommendation on the floor of town meeting, but that is not, ideally, we would want to have our recommendation as a part of the
Clark, he's
draft
already,
warrant.
what he's offering, wait, what Mr. Callahan is offering is that we continue the discussion of the other two articles. Let's move on to those and then
No,
we
I'm
will
just
make an
making the point
assessment.
of voting as late as is reasonable on all three when we have as much information as possible to make a reasonable decision. Except that voting on the floor of town meeting is really not recommended for this kind of thing.
All right, so we, that is noted, that is noted. So
Thank
Ms.
you.
Dugan, will you please introduce, does anybody want to take a break, like 5 minutes to just
No.
chill?
No, let's keep going.
All right, Ms. Dugan, are you ready to do the second article?
I am. I want to concur with what Clark said. You know, I think the reality is that taking a article like this forward to advisory and select board without a planning board vote is dead in the water. So either the planning board vote.
I understand that. I was just suggesting, I don't want this just deferred back to the zoning working group because I don't think it's going to substantively change if that happens. So it either goes forward now or we make the decision now to put it off till the spring.
All right, let's do nothing right now. Let's move on to the next article. I would appreciate that.
All right, I'm going to share the PowerPoint presentation again. Well, Mr. Grady has his hand raised, and then I'm going to share the PowerPoint presentation.
Mr. Grady needs to read the next.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. He doesn't need to read the public hearing notice again. We already, because it's one public
Okay,
hearing
right.
for all three. We've done that already.
I just know I had a comment to make. Is
All right,
that all right?
yes?
Now, after all this long hearing on this article, I mean, I'm prepared to move forward with it.
So we will have a chance
Oh,
at the end of this discussion of,
Anyone else is?
Mr. Grady, we'll have a chance at the end of the discussion of all three to make a determination of what we want to do. But we really need to get through all three so that we can do that. So we appreciate your comment. Ms. Dugan?
Okay, thank you. So we're going to move on to the second zoning article, which is changes to residential zoning definitions. And so just to kind of step back, again, what we'd like to do is sort of set the context here. So one of the core principles that the working group followed when developing this recommendation relative to zoning definitions in Article 2.1 was the opportunity to bring residential zoning definitions more into harmony with state statutes and case law. Again, if you remember back to where we were 2+ hours ago, that is one of the principles that the working group has developed when we think about what we're doing, is that increased harmony with state statutes and case law is a good thing for Cohasset. The other thing we wanted to set as backdrop for this discussion is just some precepts from the Supreme Judicial Court that have been articulated around the 4 standards that must be met for a buildable lot or for building a new dwelling on a lot. And these criteria are: 1, that a lot must meet all dimensional requirements; 2, that the lots must abut a qualified way; 3, that all the lots must have adequate frontage on this qualified way; and 4, and this is not in statute, but in case law, that adequate and practical access must exist from the qualified way to each of the lots. And so these 4 principles are important as it relates to Cohasset and land use going forward, to ensure that as we look at building and buildable lots going forward, that they meet all 4 of these criteria. So I just wanted to set that as a backdrop more than anything else. Lauren, if you move to the next slide, which is slide 15. Again, we wanted to provide some perspective in terms of the research and analysis the working group has done in the 6+ months leading up to this recommendation. And this has come up before. While Cohasset is not always unique, in many cases, our zoning bylaws are outliers as it relates to residential zoning dimensions and definitions. In terms of the benchmarking that we have done as it relates to residential zoning regulations, definitions, table of area regulations, we've analyzed 24 towns plus Cohasset to understand how our zoning bylaws as it relates to residential zoning fit in against 6 categories: residential lot area, frontage, width, setbacks, coverage and open space, height and stories, proportional zoning, lot shape, and build factors. The second area that we have researched and analyzed relates to adequate access. And we've taken a look at this from not only a case law perspective, but also in terms of what other communities have done, either in their bylaws or through planning board rules and regulations to address and ensure that adequate access as it relates to qualified ways, and particularly qualified ways as they're referred to under Mass General Law 4181L, is thought through. And the 2 examples that we spent time studying as a working group are, one, Plymouth, that has incorporated into its standard bylaws a residential access standard section that ties the fact that no building permit will be issued for a way that does not meet minimum standards that are set out in the bylaws. And again, this is interesting to the working group and interesting to the community as we look at how land use has evolved over private ways with the addition of new homes and nothing being done to address whether that private way has the access and comports to the new and increased use of that way. Second, we also looked at Wellesley, where they have bylaw definitions of adequate ways and inadequate ways, but they then use rules and regulations to govern what is required in terms of upgrades required for construction of new homes and buildings when a way is being impacted by additional homes. So those are kind of additional backdrop that we've done in terms of analysis that have led us to the conclusions or the recommendations that we're going to make today. If you go to the next slide, Lauren, one of the things that we looked at as an example of this is common driveways. We evaluated over 20 towns versus Cohasset in terms of what the common driveway either bylaws say, or in many cases, as is in the case of Cohasset, what the rules and regulations say. And what we found was that Cohasset is an outlier in terms of the maximum number of lots that are eligible for common driveway service. The chart on the right shows that the majority of towns that we surveyed, the number of lots that are eligible for a common have access off of a common driveway are somewhere between 2 and 3, and Cohasset is the exception, having up to 8 lots. In addition to the number of lots that we analyzed, we also analyzed the maximum length of the common driveway compared to the benchmarks. And again, Cohasset was an outlier at 750 feet of a common driveway length for up to 8 homes versus many communities that were 500 feet or less in terms of common driveways. Why is this important? One, it sort of goes to the point I was making on the previous slide that in many cases, and the working group believes that this is the case because we haven't comprehensively looked at our zoning bylaws in 35 years, at least as it relates to some of these key metrics. This is important to Cohasset because land use issues are arising in terms of common driveways where there isn't adequate access. And in other cases, using the common driveway example, applicants are able to circumvent circumvent subdivision control bylaw when you have up to 8 homes being allowed off of a common driveway. Whereas in many communities, if it had that many lots off of a single access point, it would have to go through subdivision control bylaw review. So the recommendation that is going to come forward as a result of this work and other benchmarking, and as part of a broader amendment that we're proposing here, is that the common driveway definition be changed to reduce the number of allowable lots from 8 down to 3. And again, the recommendations that we're making here are definitional recommendations. By and large, with the exception of this common driveway example, we are not making any corollary adjustments to the table of area regulations yet. We would envision, if we were going to bring forward such a change in the table of area regulations, that we do that as part of a broader comprehensive zoning redraft and reorganization. So the recommendation here is for definitional changes. But with the example of common driveways, that is the one exception where we are making the recommendation that we reduce in our regulations and in our definition the number of lots that are allowed to be attached to a single common driveway from 8 down to 3. Lauren, if you go to the next slide, I just want to kind of go through the rationale for what we're proposing here, and then we can actually jump over to the bylaw language itself and look at some of the definitions. But the rationale for the proposed zoning changes is one, to ensure that future development complies with state law and case law as it relates to buildable lots. And I referred up front to sort of the 4 criteria that the SJC uses, the Supreme Judicial Court uses in order to define a buildable lot. Second, what we're actually proposing here are 4 amendments to 4 existing definitions and the addition of 6 new definitions. The 6 new definitions that we're suggesting are for parcel, way, qualified, way, non-qualified, frontage, legal, and lot, buildable, and access, adequate. We believe that the amendment to the 4 existing and the addition of 6 new definitions will help the planning board, the ZBA, and the town's building inspector in their reviews of A&R, site plans, and other definitive plans in order to be able to more precisely identify and justify in their decisions aspects that are important to the community as it relates to land use and also what is considered a buildable lot. Third rationale is that we need to have clear standards for what is considered a buildable lot. This is particularly important as we all know that more marginal lots that have gone previously undeveloped for, in some cases, north of 50 years are now being developed. We need to make sure that what is being proposed meets the standards that are under Cohasset zoning bylaws, and tightening our definitions and providing extra definitions to really tie them specifically to state statutes, or in some cases, case law will give us that precision. And then last but not least, there is an issue that has been increasing in our land use that we've analyzed related to adequate access of new dwellings. And the amendment that we're making relative to street and way would allow for the planning board to regulate private way dimensions and constructions if they so desire. The proposed amendment that we're recommending today does not include any of those regulations. Again, we're only proposing definitional changes, but those definitional changes open up the opportunity for the planning board to consider whether they want to further regulate adequate access or access in general. And, again, we're tying this back to state law in Mass General Law 81L. And we would like to suggest that it is in the planning board's purview to really look at and consider access as it evolves on private ways with the addition of new lots. Trying to bring up the language under 81L as we speak, but I think it's important for the community and the planning board to remember what that says, and maybe I won't be able to find it. All right, I'll come back to that. Sorry, I've got way too many papers here in front of me at this hour. So with that, I'm going to ask that Lauren switch from the PowerPoint to the actual underlying zoning language that we're recommending here.
Thanks. I'm shifting between applications.
Yep, no worries. I understand.
Here we
I
are.
understand your pain. I've got the equivalent in paper copy right now.
So I'm going to put it up like this. I'm not going to make it any smaller because I think it'll be hard to read. Just let me know when you're ready to scroll down.
Okay. As I referred to before, there are 4 definitions that we're amending: lot, frontage, street, way, and common driveway. The most substantive change, as I mentioned in the PowerPoint presentation, is to common driveway, where we are inserting language to move us from having 8 lots being able to attach to a common driveway down to 3. The definition changes to lot are largely to separate the lot and parcel into 2 separate definitions. Our current bylaw basically starts with what is a parcel and then describes what is a lot. We're suggesting that we split into one definition that is strictly related to a lot, which is conforms with table of area regulations. And then what is a parcel, which is just a plan of land with meets and bounds that doesn't necessarily conform with table of area regulations or result in a buildable lot. When it comes to the definition of street, largely what we've done here is make way for the word way in our definition. You know, it's interesting because street doesn't have much meaning as it relates to case law, and yet way has incredible meaning as it relates to case law. And so we wanted to make sure that what we were doing here was allowing us to draw that connection. And then last but not least, I'd referred to it before, but we've also inserted language that suggests that the planning board has the ability to regulate as they see fit dimensions and constructions of a street or a way in their purview. So that is another piece of the definitional change. In terms of the new definitions that we're inserting, and this is at the bottom of the page, Lauren, parcel is a new definition, but it's largely just, again, making this distinction between what is a lot and what is a parcel, which is important in terms of a lot being in conformance with table of area regulations and a parcel just being a plan of land. Probably the most meaningful changes here are related to the language or the definition that we're inserting in terms of way, qualified. And again, this is an opportunity for the town to make a change that allows us to tie our definitional understanding of what is a qualified way for a buildable lot directly to Mass General Law. And this is actually the language that I was searching for before, but there are 4 types of qualified ways that are articulated in the proposed language here. And this ties again directly to that statute. But the language that I was searching for before is an important one. For example, number 4, a way in existence before subdivision control law took effect in Cohasset, which is February 25, 1954, having in the opinion of the planning board sufficient width, suitable grades, construction to provide for the needs of vehicular traffic in relation to present and proposed use of abutting lots. And this is where the question around what is adequate access and how ways, qualified ways have evolved over time to have additional homes. Are we considering, or is the planning board considering what is sufficient width, suitable grade and construction for those ways as the vehicular traffic evolves with streets. So that is the addition that we're looking to make there. If you flip down to the next page, Lauren, we've got way, comma, non-qualified, which is basically the flip side of what I just described here. And it just makes it clear that if a way is not qualified, then unfortunately, a lot that is off of that does not meet buildable lot standards. We're inserting a specific definition as it relates to buildable lot, and this ties to what I was referring to up front in terms of the SGC recommendation, or excuse me, the SGC understanding that a buildable lot must meet those 4 criteria of conforming with the table of area regulations, having legal frontage on a qualified way, and having adequate access from the qualified way to the buildable portion of the lot. We've also inserted a definition around legal frontage, again, clarifying that legal frontage for purposes of a buildable lot must be off of a qualified way. And then last but not least is a understanding around what adequate access is. And as I mentioned up front, adequate access is not something that's in state statutes, but is something that is defined quite a bit in case law. And there's kind of 4 principles of adequate access that come up in case law that we've referred to in the definition. One being vital access, the second being principal access, the third being illusory access, and the fourth being access via paperways. So that's a description of what we're proposing. And again, just to kind of summarize, at the top of the document are the revised definitions to the 4 existing residential zoning definitions, and then it continues on to the 6 additional new ones. So I'm going to pause there and ask my working group to see if I've missed anything in terms of what we wanted to make points on as it relates to these changes in residential zoning definitions. Woody or otherwise, have I lost?
I'll just say that these definitions are right out of either chapter 81 in as many letters or case law. It is the law of the state, the law of the land. And all we're doing is articulating in a way that we never have before what state law says. None of this is new or an invention on our part. So, but I do think it's deserving of passage, because I think landowners deserve to understand what state law says. And we can save ourselves a lot of trouble if we comply with state law.
So with that, I think Amy, I would recommend, given the hour, that we open this to comments or questions from the planning board.
Thank you very much for your very detailed presentation. We really appreciate all the work that you've done, all of the committee itself. I will go alphabetically through the planning board members, starting with Clark Brewer, who has 5 minutes.
Thank you for the presentation and the work that went into this. I did make some comments in writing that got distributed, I think, to the board earlier today. But I'd just like to recap, and there's a couple of additional things that have come to mind for discussion. But the first is on the headline. It says changing to residential zoning definitions. So we only have one definition section. It pertains to any type of zoning application. It's not limited to residential. So I would take that out of your draft warrant article. I also, another comment that I made before was that we should see the draft warrant article in its as close to its final form with definitions that are changed with the original language and how it's been changed. I think that's going to be important to get right for the warrant article, but there's really no reason why the planning board can't see that as a part of making a recommendation as a part of our public hearing process. And I think it helps the context of what we have in place to know how it's going to be changed.
So just to be clear, Clark, you're recommending a red line for the 4 existing against what's in the current bylaws?
Yeah, a standard format that would be ultimately put into the warrant article would have to strike, common driveway and whatever is in under common driveway, and then insert new language.
Okay.
And have that written out. And I think that's in addition to the description that goes with a warrant article. I think that's useful. Now I will say there are 10 definitions here, and some of them are sort of more tricky. I'm going to say they're trickier than others. And I did outline this in my memo. So I'm just going to over focus on the 4 rather than worrying about the other ones. And if other people have comments on those, they can make those. That's fine. I think that the common driveway definition of requiring the maximum of 3 lots that are contiguous. I think that what we need and what I've looked for in the common driveway definition is at the end of what you've written here, that references back to the planning board's regulations that are in effect. Because I looked in the zoning bylaw, I don't see anything that references our the planning board's common driveway standards. They might be referenced somewhere. John, have you ever found them in our zoning bylaw?
Oh, there is a separate common driveway, pamphlet of fields.
Yeah, but it's not
has all the
referenced.
definitions, but
I haven't seen it cross-referenced by the zoning bylaw portion of what we have, where it doesn't say, see planning board's regulation regarding common driveways.
The last sentence, I hear your point, Clark, but the last little bit of the proposed definition says, comma, shall be governed by the planning board's regulations then.
Yeah, no, and that's good. I like that. I mean, I that's the part that I think you should keep in terms of having a maximum of 3. I personally don't agree with that. It seems like if you limit the use of to me, the purpose of having the common driveway option compared to subdivision is I think it has the effect of conserving resources, to responding to ledge and wetlands and other aspects, and to limit it to 3, I think may have the unintended consequence of having more subdivisions and perhaps maxing out of lots. So those are my general comments on that common driveway definition. I would add a reference to the common driveway standards and regulations that the planning board has. I wouldn't put a maximum of 3. These could be changed by the planning board in the future, but the 3 to 5, 1 to 2 doesn't require any kind of real requirements. 3 to 5 does, and then 6 to 8 is another standard. I'm in favor of leaving those as is, but I think if you take it out and don't put it before the town meeting, then that helps. The next definition that I think is most critical is way qualified, and at the end, I guess the end of the first page, it these definitions are sort of taken from 8.3b of what a qualified way is. It's almost the same language. And at the end it says, for a way in existence prior to subdivision control law took effect in 1954, having, in the opinion of the planning board, sufficient width, grade, suitable construction. So in order to become a qualified way, an A&R would have to be filed for the planning board to actually weigh in. Or the planning board could do an inventory of all ways and then take a look at them. Hopefully I don't run out of time, but
You're just about ready to do that, sir.
yeah, well, I have some comments on the other things, but I will say the big picture is I think there's an issue with common driveways, and I think that there's probably ways to fix the ones that we have. I know that mistakes have been made allowing a larger than is reasonable access on common driveways, but that they may fall into these cracks. Now, in terms of where we go from there, I'm not sure this document deals with fixing the problems of the past. I mean, I live on a private way. I know Katie lives on a private way. Some of the other folks, Amy, you live on a private way, not a public way.
Isn't it
And there may be
60% of
others.
us?
There may be others here, but the other, I think that there's something that needs to be fixed. I just don't know if this does it. It doesn't really address stuff that is existing now that might be fixed in a way that is, in the words of our bylaw, safe and convenient, that makes access reasonable. It might not be a subdivision roadway, but so if I'm out of time, I won't make more comments on the way non-qualified or the access adequate. The access adequate seems to be terms of art.
Mr. Brewer, you can come back. We'll have a second round. So if we could just move on to get more from everyone else, that'd really help.
And my turn?
Mr. Callahan? Thank you.
All right, so, I mean, again, these are just definitions. Let's recall just last week how we all were troubled by how to deal with Black Horse Lane and whatever it is that extends off Black Horse Lane. We don't know what to call it. We don't know, the developer wants to call it Black Horse, an extension of Black Horse Lane. It isn't.
Tom, we might want to not mention other projects.
Well, it just shows that we have trouble right now grasping what some piece of pavement in a spot is. And all we're trying to do here is to give definition and form to the three ways of access that actually exist. It's either a subdivision road, a non-subdivision road, or a common driveway. And just to make clear what is what. And then the regulation that is coming is going to fill in the building design requirements of each of those. And that can change with time. About the three, we shouldn't be an outlier on a common driveway. It should not be a substitute for the subdivision control law. And yes, when we see the table of area regulations, we're going to get into a discussion when we talk about what frontage should be, about whether Cohasset should go back to where we were in the 60s of encouraging subdivisions, or should we go into development that is all done by A&Rs and common driveways? And we will have that debate when we get into the table of area regulations, but I think we need definitions to work from so we know when something comes up before us, we know what it is we are dealing with and what rules attach to that. And I think that again, just look at some of the examples we've had without stating particular ones. We have trouble doing that. And, as far as what it's going to mean to people in the future who live on these things, that's actually contained in the regulation, not in the definition of what kind of upgrades might have to be made and when. But we don't have these things clearly defined, and we need them so that we're not wrangling over what a particular piece of pavement is or is not. And I think it's that simple. So that's all I have to say about it.
Thank you, Mr. Callahan. Mr. Grady?
Question for Katie. Katie, this applies townwide to all zones in town, right?
Yeah, I think that was the point that
I just. for my
Mark was making up
clarification.
front. At 2.1, the definitions apply to all districts, so.
Yeah.
Yes.
My second point is I agree with Tom, and so I'll keep it short. So, but I think that we do need change, and I think we do need the definitions. So that's all I have to say. Excellent presentation still.
Mr. Potter?
Sorry about that. I think all I'd have to, the only question I would have is why 3 on the common driveway? Where'd that number come from? Now it's just for point of curiosity. I do agree with the fact that we should tighten up definitions, but since that's a substantive change, it's not just a definition change. I'd like to know, where that number came from and why.
It came from the research of other communities of what is roughly the average of how many lots are allowed off of a common driveway. 8, where we are, is a true outlier.
Okay.
There were, I believe there was a couple that might have been at 5, but the average, I remember, I don't know if Woody's still with us. I think.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And Katie has a slide
exhibit
that
on it.
shows there were 4 towns that had only 2 lots, 7 towns allowed up to 3, and then you went 1, 1, 1, 1, and Cohasset was all alone up there at 8.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
That's where it came from.
Okay.
And we have, I mean, that was a summary, Eric, but if you or anybody else on the planning board wanted it, there's a memo that Woody wrote up, plus an Excel spreadsheet that kind of shows not only just the number of lots, but a couple other dimensions, including the maximum length, which is another piece of it. But as Tom alluded to, some of the things like maximum length would be addressed in regulations, and we're really just recommending changes to the definition at this point.
Okay, thanks.
I'll just add a few comments. One of the challenges of the system we have now is that what we see are largely unfinished road beds, very weakly built, which means they don't last very long. It means they also are problematic in the winter. It is also the case that when we get one that is undersized, it is difficult for public safety vehicles to traverse these types of structures. So by making our rules more in conformance with what we see in the state and raising quality of what we have, we're going to improve the lives and the safety of people in town. So I think that the analysis that's been done and the specification of what is and what isn't is a very important progress forward. Because every time we deal with an unusual piece of property, it's inevitable that we have to figure out, what is it? What does it qualify as? Is it developable? And many people, I think, we've heard some conversations tonight from people that have been given the sense that they've done something that may not in fact be legal. And so by specifying what it is that we believe we have, I think we will reduce the ambiguity that many people experience. Let me ask if there's a second round of comments from the planning board members.
Yeah, so I didn't talk about the way qualified, and at the end of the second line, it says are ineligible for building permits unless a non-qualified way is brought up to standards as determined by the planning board. Now, it doesn't actually, the actual wording of that, I think, is problematic. It seems like, and I put that in my notes that were distributed. It seems like that what they want to say is brought up to the standards of for common driveways or ways.
Where are you?
or
I'm not
subdivision
finding the
control
language
ways.
that you're referring to.
Okay,
Clark.
so the language is at the end of the second line, way is brought up to standards as determined by the planning board. So I know that we have quite a reasonable or perhaps conservative planning board at this point, but that doesn't reference a standard. It's not a subdivision control law standards that we have, or the common driveway standards. So I wouldn't want I don't like the language of as determined by the planning board. It doesn't quite seem like that's what we want to do.
Well, Clark, let me just ask a question. Who should determine that?
Well, I'm not saying the planning board shouldn't determine it. It's
You
just
just said that.
It's just that there's no standards that are referenced.
All right.
Now, so if there's nothing that's referenced, and I wouldn't want the planning board to be necessarily providing inadequate guidance for.
But that's up to your board. You're
future
on that
non-qualified
board.
ways or overzealous.
I don't understand what your fear is of giving the planning board the right to set standards and having those standards possibly differ
Which-
between a common driveway and a qualified way or a private way. What's the fear?
It's not a fear. It's just that there's no standard that's referenced. Now, if under the definition of common driveway, you have let me see, I have them right here.
Clark, would the addition of the words, the plan, as determined by the planning board and any applicable regulations thereof, because there are regulations that we have as to common driveways.
Yeah, common
There's
driveway standard.
There's
Minimum
regulations.
standards. Yep.
Correct, and there's regulations coming for the non-subdivision roadway, and then the subdivision control rules set
Yeah, I know.
standards there, so we.
Yeah,
have
I know. It's just that this particular phrase seems like it's open-ended, and
Well, it's
that was
open-ended.
That was
That's
my
a-
comment in my notes. I think
All right,
it's not specific referencing standards.
all right,
Now,
if you want to specifically.
Clark, do you want to make a recommendation about this?
you could say, well, I mean, generally when we review zoning bylaws, we do some wordsmithing, and in the case where things aren't completely clear, we make we work on making modifications as a part of our public hearing process.
All right.
This is
Yeah, I
not
think that's what we're
unusual.
looking to hear from you, Clark. We hear
would
your
the-
concern, so do you have specific language that you're recommending here to address
No.
that?
No, I don't, but
Okay.
but I did make notes that were distributed, and I
Okay.
am making verbal comments right now that I think that this phrase, as determined by the planning board, isn't what you may mean.
So, Mr. Brewer, did you
Answer-
provide, in your written comments, Mr. Brewer, did you provide the language that you would like to see used?
You saw did you see my comments? And it's okay if you didn't. I didn't, I just brought it up as an issue that I thought I think my quote was, I'm not sure what it means, and I thought it might scare off people. Now,
All right,
if you
okay.
put that language in front of people on the floor town meeting, somebody else, not just me, might say, well, what exactly does that mean?
All right.
Whatever the planning board wants? I mean,
Can you answer my question?
Can you make a recommendation?
Qualified, is it whatever the planning board wants that
I
particular
don't think
day?
it's
Mr.
enough.
Mr.
I don't
Brewer-
think it's enough to
Mr.
bring up a problem without a
Mis-
solution.
Really, Mr. Brewer, would
No,
you?
it is.
Mr. Brewer, would you, if you do not have a recommendation, then we will modify the language.
Well,
But whether
yeah,
we,
that sounds
whether
great.
we want to, whether
For our
we
next
want to
public
work,
hearing, that sounds good.
great, but Mr. Brewer, if we want to wordsmith this here,
Well, I made some suggestions for common driveway as well.
Okay.
All right.
So can I just
Can I
summarize?
just ask Clark?
Just a
can I
minute.
Just ask Clark the simple question, yes or no? Would reference to regulations, the word regulations, take care of that problem? Because it's ultimately the planning board's job, whether we have regulations or not. But would having that word make it better for you? Because we will.
Yeah,
have-
that's getting closer. Just the
All
way
right,
it's worded right now is
okay,
problematic.
let me turn to Ms. Dugan, please, to see if she can summarize where we're at here.
I mean, the whole point of having a public hearing and
I thought we were gonna
debate
listen
in
to
front of the
Katie.
planning board is is to try and make these bylaws as perfect as they can be before they go to the floor of town meeting. We don't want wordsmithing on the floor of town meeting. I'll tell you, that would be
Correct. And we're not going to do that. Ms. Dugan, would you like to respond?
No, I appreciate Clark's comments in writing from earlier. They were earlier today, so obviously the zoning bylaw or last night hasn't had time to convene. And since we are likely to be continuing this to next week, we could certainly wordsmith in working group. But to summarize what I think I'm hearing from you, you have concerns about how we reference or don't reference under way, non-qualified future standards that might regulate to bring up to standards non-subdivision private ways. So adjusting the language there to be more clear. And then second, when it comes to common driveways, I think I've heard you say two things that you'd like us to consider fixing prior to discussing this further. One is including a reference specifically to the common driveway standards that do exist, regulations that do exist. And second, I'm going to throw it out here as a compromise position, and I haven't conferred with my working group, but we have in the regulations today the number of lots that are allowed, and we are planning on reviewing the common driveway regulations at a future public hearing. If we were to strike the reference to 3 here in the definition and leave it in the regulation for change at a future public hearing, we might solve Clark's problem or Clark's issue with approving.
That's exactly what I'd recommend. Thank you.
Okay. So I think, again, we're going to take this offline in a working group public meeting, but it sounds like one compromise for Clark to get comfortable with this bylaw change overall would be to strike this specific number and leave that to a regulation discussion at a future date, and then insert that specific reference to those regulations that govern moving from 8 to 3. But so far I've heard Paul Grady, Amy and Eric all in favor of something less than 8, if I'm understanding the conversation correctly. So Clark, I think you might be an outlier at a future planning board discussion around regulations on that one.
I don't know. I know we have 8 now before subdivision control law kicks in.
Yeah.
All right. Let me ask, have we concluded this conversation? Would another planning board member like to make a comment? If not, would one?
I don't think we heard from Paul Colery.
I did. He's not. I don't see him.
Oh, he's gone.
I think, does Peter Pescatori have his hand up?
I was going to turn to the members of the zoning working group next. If that's all right.
I just wanted to follow up on my first comments about the way qualified definition, if you would indulge me for a moment.
Yep.
It seems like the problem that John Halen has for enforcement is what triggers looking at a way that might be adequate or not. And under the 4th definition that I brought up before, the way in existence prior to subdivision control, having it in the opinion of planning board sufficient width. Now, if a planning board does an A&R review that includes access on a way that predates zoning, then that's one thing. But there are a number of ways that or lots that exist that would not come before the planning board necessarily. Now, the planning board is required to maintain a streets list. We could break out public ways with private ways and do an evaluation of all private ways that or non-public ways, and whether they're of sufficient width, grade, and add that to our inventory or street list. I think we could do that. But again, the question is, what is the trigger that allows like the building inspector to say, what is that way adequate? has that already been adjudicated in some way?
The regulations we are going to deal with in 3 weeks, 4 weeks' time are going to address dimensional requirements for each of the for the 2 categories of road, the subdivision control bylaw does the other part. So that's all going to be there. It's part of the overall thing we've talked about before, is moving a lot of the stuff in the bylaw that should be in regulations into regulations. Not going to change the definitions, but the standards are going to come in the regulations that you will see. You've seen it in one form. You're going to see it in a different form in 3 weeks.
I want to be more specific to Clark's question, though, about what the trigger is, because I want to refer back to the work that we did in our research in terms of the 2 towns that are kind of exemplary in terms of looking at qualified ways or residential access. And the trigger is twofold. Obviously, one is A&Rs that have this exact language for qualified way. But in the case of Plymouth, in the case of Wellesley, the second trigger has been building permits and new construction. So absent A&R, in the case of Wellesley and Plymouth, they do review when a building permit comes forward to the building inspector, whether that way is meeting standards. And at that point, John, I'll defer to you, whether it gets referred to the planning board for discussion. But in the case of having standards and regulations, John could review the standards and apply those when he was having a building permit. But the second trigger that is important in Wellesley and Plymouth is that building permit on a qualified way in terms of that fourth.
Yes, for example, if we had, we'll take a common driveway and there were already 8 homes on it, so then it goes up to 9, 10, 11 are added, then that would trigger a subdivision control. So that would go to the planning board for them to review. So they're, again, depending where it is, if it was a common driveway that had, after this is passed, had wanted to add a 4th home, it would be a subdivision control. So that would be in place. And again, I think going forward, this would, again, just set up some basic standards to review by.
Yeah, and I'm just talking about what the trigger is for the planning board to determine sufficient width in the case of a pre-existing zoning way. And I made a suggestion of how we do it, but I'm just not sure. It doesn't seem like we're talking about the same things.
Well, I think if it's pre-existing, it would be allowed to be as is.
Right.
The change would come if there was additional, if it was enlarged or
So if additional lots
homes
were,
come.
if
Again,
additional lots were created or an A&R was requested, then it would be evaluated.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
All
It's a
right.
change. It sort of ties back to the vehicular traffic in relation to the present and proposed use of abutting lots. When there's a change in proposed use of the abutting lots, i.e. the addition of a abutting lot on a qualified way, that's the trigger. Again, I was trying to tie it in my example to the building, to a new building. I guess I should be more precise. It's not a building permit. It's a building permit for new home construction. That is that change in proposed use.
Right, but the planning board wouldn't opine on the building permit. They would opine on an A&R that this language right here, the planning board determined in the opinion, sufficient width, suitable grades, blah, blah, blah. That's done as a part of the A&R, not done as a part of the application of a building permit.
Can I ask Carolyn a question here? Because if we are tying the trigger to a new home construction on a qualified way, i.e. one that the change in use is there, before a building permit is issued, could the building inspector refer that to the planning board for discussion around the proposed use.
Yes. Yeah, that's in place now. For example, if if a common driveway was at,
But I don't think
8
we're talking
homes.
about common driveways.
or I just say if we would review the adequacy of the road with the addition
I
of
guess what I'm
a
trying to get,
home.
Carolyn, I want to let you comment.
Well, let's also bear in mind that the definition here that we've inserted into qualified way comes right out of chapter 41, section 81L, specifically the definition of a subdivision. So it's looking at the types of ways that either would constitute a subdivision or would qualify for an A&R plan, both, to Mr. Brewer's point, get some sort of endorsement or approval from the planning board. So I think what the question is, a building permit comes in and it's on a pre-1954 subdivision roadway.
Yep.
How or what is the mechanism by which the planning board makes this determination that it has suitable construction width and grade for emergency vehicles? To my knowledge, there really is no mechanism.
Right.
Except that Wellesley has that.
Wait, let's hear Carolyn out.
You know, I don't know what the rest of Wellesley's zoning bylaw does provide. I mean, I think that would be something worth kind of looking into, or even Plymouth for that part. But someone comes in with a building permit, the building inspector either issues a building permit or denies a building permit. And then off to the ZBA, that someone can go and appeal that determination. What under our bylaw creates a first trip to the planning board to say, before I can issue a building permit for this, I need the planning board to have weighed in as to whether or not they think that this pre-subdivision control law road is suitable.
Right.
Now, as Mr. Brewer was saying, if there's an inventory that's maintained, okay, I suppose that is one way. We could instead say, a way in existence before the subdivision control law took effect, having in the opinion of the planning board, suitable width, grade, blah, 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 as listed on a planning board's inventory, and then someone can go to it and look there. Otherwise, I think we have to think about, how does the planning board make that determination? How does the planning board communicate to the building inspector at the time of a building permit that this way is suitable?
And the only way now is through the A&R process.
But if we were to insert rules and regulations related to residential access that ties that back to the building permit, the issuance of a building permit, does that solve our loop problem? Because that's how Wellesley.
I don't know.
I'm happy to circulate, and maybe what I'll do is I'm happy to circulate the Wellesley example, because Wellesley handles this all through rules and regulations. They have a bylaw portion that is definitional, and then they have rules and regulations, and there's literally a form that says new home building permit, qualified way, non-qualified way, and here's, again, it's like all spelled out in the rules and regulations. So I think, at least for Wellesley, the loop back was those rules and regulations. But again, I'll let Carolyn and others.
Yeah, could I weigh in on this?
Yep.
I think Caroline brings up a very, very good point. We need to do this, and also, we need a practical way for the building commissioner to make an evaluation and determination. So whichever way we go on here, clarity is the basis of public policy. And then for those who have to enforce it, we need to figure out some very clear and simple standard that our building commissioner can apply. So however we do it, I think it's a very good point that Caroline has made, or Carolyn has made.
Can I just add that I'm right now,
Callahan?
I'm looking at what is going to be the proposed regulation that's going to be a combination of our existing common driveway one and the Plymouth one on the non-subdivision road, private roads. And in it, it says and will say, no zoning special permits or building permits shall issue for a dwelling on a street where it did not meet the standards of these regulations. And so again, these regulations are going to provide a very definite standard on what are the construction standards and dimensional requirements of a common driveway and the construction standards and the dimensional requirements of a non-subdivision private road. So that's going to give John a lot of guidance on what he needs to do and not do. And if there's going to be an intensification of the use of a pre-existing common driveway or private road, then it's going to require upgrades. That's what this regulation is proposing. So there's going to be standards, there's going to be a process. Once we have, as Wellesley is doing it through this regulation, which hopefully we will pass, and we will be able to use this regulation, currently before town meeting, before the change to these definitions. But it's going to be, it's all there to create what we do not have now, so that we don't have these questions and these conundrums of what to do. And
All right. Do we have this settled? Can Katie, can you summarize where we are on this?
I've heard three substantive comments. One is on way, non-qualified, which is again, including a reference to standards on common driveways. It is a reference to the common driveway regulations and a potential compromise of deleting the reference to the number and leaving that to be stated in the regulations, and potentially a future reduction when we get to those regulation public hearings from 8 down to 3. I heard a comment from Clark that we've just been discussing about way, qualified in terms of the trigger for non-A&R situations. And I will circulate the Wellesley rules and regulations so that people have an understanding of how those two can interplay between what's in the bylaw and how rules and regulations can accomplish what we're looking to do in terms of qualified ways, bringing them up to standards, or when the proposed use changes due to new homes on that way. And then last but not least, Clark made two comments to the form itself. One was the red line of the 4 existing definitions, and then the deletion in the title to the word residential, since these definitions apply to all zoning districts. I think I got it.
All right. Is there any further comments from members of the zoning board working group?
No.
I'm fine. Good.
All right, then let's move to the public comments.
Thank you. I'm going to start with, I'm going to promote, let's see, it's a lot of attendees here. I have to find them. Jeffrey DeLisi, again, to address the board. And while I wait for him to join the panelists, I'm going to read the comments in the section that have been written in. Sean Richard, 441 King Street. Cohasset is made primarily of small roads and ways. Replacing 8 homes on a common driveway with 3 would ultimately promote large subdivision roads, which to me seems a bit out of character for Cohasset. And then Virginia Jensen of 542 Jerusalem Road, just a comment, no need to speak. Thanks, Katie, for your committee's diligence. Having clarity regarding these terms makes sense if Cohasset is going to align with Mass state law, and also comments that she's formerly from Wellesley and supports rules and regulations and clarity on these issues. So thank you. And with that, I will turn it to Jeffrey DeLisi to address the board.
Thank you. Good job by Katie on the presentation. Before I give my comments, I just wanted to apologize maybe if I was a little pugnacious earlier. Working in a 3-minute time frame with these complex issues was kind of on my mind. With respect to this, I'm wondering whether anybody has done an analysis at all as to how the change in these 4 definitions affect the remainder of the zoning bylaw. So just to quantify, the word lot is used 257 times in the zoning bylaw. The word frontage is used 33 times. Street or way is used 93 times, and common driveway is used 75 times. That's 390 instances where words have meaning. And when we're changing definitions with respect to, say, achieve a goal concerning common driveways, there could be an unintended consequence when those words are used elsewhere. And it kind of goes to Katie's point at the beginning of her presentation that, seeking uniformity of the zoning bylaws is one of the goals here. And the concern is that tinkering with the words of definitions might be beneficial in some areas. And in other areas, I mean, the word lot is probably the most used word in the zoning bylaw. So that's 390 instances of changes. You want to make sure that there's some consistency there.
Of course.
And then the other point that I had really was just this question of adequacy of way. The thought was coming to mind as to, the planning board has the statutory jurisdiction under 81L to determine adequacy of way. And there are many instances where that has already occurred in the town. And so in the circumstance where you have an A&R lot and the adequacy has been determined by the planning board, the question is does this zoning change allow the building inspector to supersede that determination, or does he have to honor it? That's really all I have.
Can I just 2 responses to Jeff? So thank you for your comment on the 390 references. I have to say at almost 10 o'clock as a volunteer who's been up to midnight 2 nights in a row preparing for this, the fact that you're asking us to go back and review 390 references, while I understand the intent of what you're saying, is kind of soul crushing. So I'll just put that out there. Second is, as it relates to your comment about the planning board's jurisdiction, what I find ironic about the reference to A&R is that the A&R that many times the planning board is reviewing has no context as to the future development plans. In fact, in many cases, the applicant is not required to tell the planning board what the development implications are. So at that time, when they are determining the adequacy of the way, they do not know and sometimes cannot determine what the impact is going to be in terms of the future uses. The future uses only become clear when a building permit is submitted to the building inspector as to how that purported use is going to change. So I think, unfortunately, what you're proposing here is that if we rely on the deliberations at the A&R period, you miss half the conversation as it relates to the purported use, which is why Wellesley has in their regulations, in addition to the A&R conversation that is legally under statute, tied that purported use or future purported use back to the building permit, which is where the rubber meets the road in terms of how the use of that private way changes.
Well, I haven't made any proposals. I'm simply giving some commentary to the board for consideration. I think it's important to consider the 2 issues that I raised. And thank you for your courteous response, Katie.
Excuse me. I don't think that that's appropriate, Mr. DeLisi, and I please would ask you to apologize to Katie.
No,
That attitude has no place in a public meeting.
Like, listen, we're hearing public comment. I just,
That's
part of me is reacting to the fact that Mr. DeLisi is not a resident of Cohasset, but rather represents clients in Cohasset. So I do, and he did disclaim that up front. But again, in terms of taking comments, I appreciate the spirit with which you offer them for the board to consider. But again, We also have to take with the fact that this is public comment and we're trying to address land use issues that the community and the residents that live in Cohasset are actually looking to address.
Well
Thank
said.
you. Thank you very much. Let's take further comments. Ms. Lind?
All right, we have one remaining, and this is Stephen Bjorklund.
Oh, good.
Okay, have me on there now?
We do.
Hi again.
Okay, and I'll try and be quick if I can here. Your definition of lot right now that you have says that a parcel as defined herein, which conforms to the table of area regulations, section 305.3. Only a lot is eligible to receive a building permit, provided that it fully complies with all relevant regulations. So all the lots that you were talking about earlier on the last bylaw don't comply with section 5.3, don't meet the definition of a lot if we pass this and are not eligible for a building permit once this definition goes through. There has to be some kind of an exemption for non-conforming lots that don't comply with 5.3. You got to think this thing all the way through before you make these changes. Again, it's way too fast. So I'm not going to get into the common driveway stuff. That's kind of, that's not bad. I mean, I heard that the reason we have 8 is because people want to get around subdivision control law. I can tell you that I developed Kendall Village on the corner of Route 3A and Beechwood Street. It actually complies as 8 buildable lots. We were not going against subdivision control law. I chose not to put in 8 individual driveways, but access those homes with one driveway that goes in, and it is not a detriment to the town of Cohasset. The planning board at the time actually asked us if we could find somewhere else to put more of these units because it was a nice development in town. So that's not how you circumvent subdivision control law. It's how you get great access controlled by the planning board in their common driveway regulations without having to do a full subdivision road, which is extremely expensive, and they still have controls under their regulations.
Thank you, Mr. Borland. We appreciate your comment.
I'd like to say, can I say something first, Amy?
Yes, Paul.
Mr. Borkland, I, as a resident of Norwell, most of us are volunteers and residents of Cohasset. Besides doing business here, I have to ask you, since it's getting late and some of us have day jobs, what is your interest?
My interest is everybody in Cohasset that's not aware that this meeting is going on. I have no financial interest in this at all, but I do understand that a lot of these lots that were owned by people probably live out of town. It would be nice to know how many are in town, how many are out of town, but I'm here for the people that are going to be losing some of their property rights. That's it.
Oh, stop
The
it,
only
please,
reason-
please.
Mr.
Stop it.
Borland, that's not an appropriate comment for you to make.
No, I don't think it is either, but what I will say is this, Mr. Borkland. Again, these are residents, as am I, with day jobs and other riches. I think your interest is your interest, which is fine, but you still haven't explained it correctly. You're coming in from Norwell to offer us your opinion. It's appreciated. But I think it'd be better served if you let the residents look into Cohasset's best interest more than someone from another part of town or another town, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
Can I respond to that, please?
No, I want to
No.
move on and
That's
have
good.
Ms. Dugan comment.
So my comment back to Mr. Borkland is that he clearly didn't read our existing bylaws because the definition of lot actually already includes the reference to table 5.3. So we are not actually changing that portion of the definition. It is just a split of the existing definition into a definition for parcel. And the second sentence is verbatim in the bylaws today that's being repeated as the definition for a lot. So, the suggestion that there is a change there to the language is actually incorrect.
I would add that it's a non-conforming lot still has rights under Article 8 of the bylaw. It does under our current definition of lot, and this change isn't changing that fact at all. So it is I agree, it's a little disingenuous in the representation, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lind, are there other comments? You're muted.
It's been a long day. We have no further comments on this article.
Okay,
All
guys.
right. Would you like to summarize where we are, Lauren?
Sure. So where we are right now, we've had substantive discussion on Article 1 and Article 2. In my opinion, and please tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm hearing that the board is not ready to make a decision tonight on either of the two of these. I think we've already sort of determined that we are going to continue this hearing to the 20th. I think at this time, it's the board's decision right now to make. It's 10 o'clock at night. Do you wish to entertain the remaining presentation for Article 3 and continue? I think Katie's nodding yes. I would like to suggest that you get through at least the presentation, and at that point, with the understanding that we are going to continue this on October 20th, but at least we can get the presentation done with tonight.
Yeah, we set aside the night for this. We need to do it because we have other things on our agenda on the 20th and after that. So we need
Absolutely.
to, yeah.
All right. So, Ms. Dugan, if you would begin.
Let me get that PowerPoint for you.
Okay.
All right, here we are.
Okay, next slide, ledge protection. All right, so this is a follow-up conversation to the planning board and the community that started with the annual town meeting public hearings in the spring, where we promised to come back after researching and further consideration to make a recommendation around altering Article 11, which is land alteration, to include protections for above grade ledge. And so that is the context for the conversation. Paul Grady, I believe that you asked us specifically to do that. And so we are back to have part 2 of the conversation. So what we've got here on the slide is we've got 2 pages of analysis just to kind of show you the context of what we did research since we discussed this in the public hearings leading up to annual town meeting. The first is, with the help of community members and work by the working group itself, we analyzed 8 examples of a development or potential development that relate to exposed ledge face in Cohasset. And I'm showing 2 pictures here, one of an undeveloped lot that shows exposed ledge face, and a second of a developed lot where it was used to actually put in place a walkway. And again, we have gone back and looked at all 8 of these examples. The second thing that we did was we spent some time, as we've promised, looking at sort of the statutory underpinnings as to how we can regulate ledge. And in Mass General Law 40, Section 21, under powers and duties of towns, subsection 17 actually allows the town of Cohasset to regulate the removal of soil, loam, sand, or gravel from land not in public use. That same statute goes on to say that a bylaw prohibiting such removal shall not apply to any removal of these earthen materials that's subject to a permit or license issued by the town. And so there are caveats in terms of how far one can take the regulation. If you move to the next slide, Lauren, with the help of our new town council, we were actually able to identify 2 towns that have successfully regulated topographical changes as it relates to exposed ledge. When we talked about this in the spring, we actually didn't have examples of specific regulations that had not only passed annual town meeting in other communities, but more importantly to us as a working group, actually passed approval and state attorney general review. So the 2 examples that we reviewed are Manchester by the Sea and Rockport. I caution us to use any of this specifics because unfortunately, when we looked at Manchester by the Sea, it was overly complex and it tends to regulate ledge removal by zone and frankly by quantity. And it did it by bifurcating lots into an interior area and a setback area, which again, to our working group felt very complicated and difficult to administer, which is one of the things that we talked about in the spring. We want to make sure that whatever land alteration regulations we put in place are administratable, because John Hallen and others in the building inspection department need to manage this plus other aspects. The other thing that we noticed in both of the regulations was that there were clear exempt activities, which were in both cases exempt activities for the construction of a building, a street, a driveway, a sidewalk or path. And in the case of Manchester by the Sea, they actually called out septic and utility activities. In terms of Rockport, the only thing that I'll comment here is, again, that they chose in their bylaws to regulate by quantity. And in this case, the quantity that triggered a special permit hearing with the planning board for removal of exposed above grade ledge was something greater than 300 cubic yards or a disturbance of 10,000 square feet. So that's the research that we performed since we last spoke. Lauren, I would go to the next slide, which is the rationale for the proposed zoning changes. The rationale is one of community character, in that the exposed ledge is a unique and defining topographical feature of Cohasset. As we promised, this is a phase 2 conversation after we've researched and given it more thought. One of the other things that we've talked about as a working group, and we've talked about some in this whole discussion tonight, is that with rising land values, development of more marginal undeveloped parcels is occurring. And these marginal undeveloped parcels in many cases have undesirable topographical challenges. And that's one of the reasons why we believe that putting in place sensible regulations for exposed ledge removal makes sense, because we are going to see continued challenges in this area. I've already mentioned that we are able to regulate this with some caveats around how far we go in terms of limits, in terms of the actual dwellings and the by right rights of landowners. In terms of the specific recommendation that the working group is coming forward with, we are proposing regulation of the removal of exposed ledge face, not using quantity as Rockport and Manchester by the Sea did, but rather by regulating by use, excuse me. Specifically, we're recommending a special permit process for the removal of exposed ledge face for structures only that do not directly relate to the dwelling, including fences, sheds, barns, patios, athletic courts, and pools. And so we are making a policy recommendation as it relates to land alteration that would allow the dwelling, the driveway, the utilities, the septic to disturb exposed ledge face. But in the case of extending it to these accessory structures that are not directly related to the dwelling, such as a pool or athletic court, that would be subject to a special permit process that the planning board would then have the ultimate say as to whether they were willing to grant the removal or they were going to deny the removal. And that's kind of the bylaw in a nutshell. And with that, we can either hop to the language specifically, or we can call a halt to the meeting and continue to the 20th. It's really the pleasure of the planning board.
Yeah, I mean, I'd want to hear if anybody has a strong objection to it tonight, so that we can address it before the 20th.
Let me begin with Clark Brewer.
I don't have a strong objection to this. I'd like to kind of, if it's possible, to model how it fits with the existing land alteration bylaw, then that's great. One thing that I'd like to recommend as a component, subcomponent of this, is the potential for setback relief if ledge is preserved. For example, if somebody wants to put in a pool, and if it's possible to allow setback relief in exchange for preservation of ledge as a part of this special permit process, that's the under the land alteration section of the bylaw, then I think that would be a great way to balance out taking, having more restrictions with allowing some flexibility.
Woody, do you want to comment? Because I kind of feel like.
Well, in terms of,
setback
I
relief.
mean, well, we all know that typically relief such as a setback is a variance issue, but I would defer to Carolyn if the special permit process could be used in this regard in Clark's example. I think it probably could be, but I'm not the lawyer.
We could add some language in that would allow for something, for an offset like that. We could allow some flexibility through the special permit. We've got to think about some language, how we make that happen. Because usually there's got to be like some kind of minimum or maximum, you know, that the planning board would not necessarily be able to. I don't think the intent of the comment is that the planning board would be able to basically do away with the setback entirely.
No.
So I think we want to think about, the answer is yes, we could build this into a special permit process. I think we just need to think about what would the limits of the planning board's authority be in that circumstance.
There is one town's bylaw, and I can't recall it now, that allowed such a kind of a waiver, if you will, up to 10 feet from the sideline, and I'll make this up, 15 feet from the front lot line. So it did put parameters around what the planning board could do in that town, but it was still fairly generous. I mean, you know, so I think it can be done. It's just really a question of what should the metrics be.
Right.
May I suggest the mechanism of doing this would be when we are dealing with the table of area regulations and we get to the dimension of setbacks, there might be a note to the setback that wherever else, you know, any other time you're trying to exceed or what's allowed in the bylaw, you'd have to have a variance, but we could maybe just put a note to the setback requirement that in the case of an Article 11 proceeding, the planning board may, within its special permit process, allow for.
Yeah, and those 17 notes, Tom, or whatever, in the back of the bylaws, could have another one added.
Rather than wordsmith this one where it gets confusing, is I'd rather deal with it in the table of area regulations when we get to that, which is coming. It's not, we're not talking about a long period.
But I mean, for the benefit of those listening here, we do already in our bylaws at the very end of 5.3, we have some 17 or 18 notes that Tom is referring to but are very specific to a use or a district or something. So I think we could do it there, probably better than.
I think it would be better to put it there, and you know, allow a deviation from the required setback by X percent or X feet, you know, as long as all ledge is preserved, you know.
Yeah.
I guess the wording of it is, you know, is not too difficult, but we also, Carolyn's right, we don't want to give away the store and go to zero setback.
Right, exactly. Mr. Grady?
I'm for leaving the bylaw change as it is. I mean, don't you think we're opening up another can of worms with the butters, people like that? We start messing around with setbacks, or, you know, this isn't Rockport pushing the house up to the street, and again, back to the abutters. So someone wants it and they propose for that special permit or whatever you want to call it, is moving that pool or that tennis court or even the house. But I think that you're also starting to tread on some muddy ground again, which that's actually the butter to the neighbors. So I think
we want to craft exceptions to everything we're trying to do.
it's a well-written change.
Okay, so Paul spoken, Clark spoken, Tom spoken, Paul Caleri.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No comment.
All right, thank you. I would only say that.
What about Potter?
Potter here.
Oh, sorry, I'm very sorry. Eric Potter?
Yeah, I would kind of put myself more into Clark's camp, just based on the fact that, I think Cohasset's basically all on ledge, right? So I don't know what the impact is going to be with the bylaw change. I'm all for preserving the ledge. I think that's, part of the natural beauty of the town, but I just don't know what considering the entire town's on ledge, I don't know what the overall impact of that's going to be. So providing some sort of mechanism for a potential homeowner to get the relief to do what they want with regards to construction down the road. It doesn't say they has to get approved by the ZBA, but at least giving an option out there, which seems to be, a fair way of going about it, reasonable to propose it at least.
Callahan?
Yeah, the more I think through this, I got to agree with Paul. We keep all night, all the comments seem to be somehow carving exceptions into significant changes that we want to make and that the public is asking us to take. And let's see this work, because changes to the table of area regulations are coming. I can't promise they'll be ready for spring. That's my target, but they might not be. But we will have an opportunity to add the note I suggest if we find that this bylaw as written is somehow problematic. I'd rather wait and see if a problem arises with people with setbacks, in terms of trying to comply with this, rather than already from the get-go carve an exception into it. I have to go back to the way it was written and leave the
Just to play
possibility-
devil's advocate with Tom, and just playing devil's advocate, as you can imagine, the concern on the other end would be that this is just the beginning of a comprehensive zoning bylaw change that without it's being done almost in piecemeal. So you don't know what any particular isolated bylaw changes, what the impact or effect is going to be. Never mind passing 2 or 3 at a time on people's ability to build and develop land. So when you're going to do a table of the area use regulation changes coming up, there's going to be additional significant changes that are made to people's rights to build. And what's the overall impact they're going to be? Is it going to limit development, or is it going to completely stifle development so that it's going to make it difficult for someone to build? And that's impossible to tell. So it does make me concerned that, without knowing what the impact is going to be of any one bylaw change, without potential relief to allow people to still move forward, you could kind of cut everything down to no development at all, which isn't a good thing either.
Tom, I don't want you to go back to him. I'd like to hear from Katie and then have you talk.
So Eric, I think you understand the concept, but just for 100% clarity, you understand that we're regulating exposed ledge only as it relates to structures. We're not regulating it as to below grade, correct?
I
do understand that, but and I'm not saying don't do that, right? I like the thought of it. I definitely do, but I just don't know. I don't know what does that mean in real life? How does that impact the lots? Where you can go build and where the ledge is, and what lots that I just don't know how that applies in real life. I understand the concept of it, preserving the natural beauty of exposed ledge, but I don't know how that really what's the real life implication of that?
So I guess the real life implication, just to be super direct with you, is that we are not suggesting the denial of the dwelling, or any of the things that are necessary for the dwelling, whether that's a driveway or utilities. But we are making a value judgment and suggesting that from a land use policy perspective, that a special permit be required for structures. So
what's the harm though in giving a potential relief for the ZBA to give?
So I guess
what relief will they need because they get to build a house?
Let's have.
What if somebody wants a pool? What if someone wants a pool?
So if somebody wants, again, we had a choice. And again, I'm not frustrated, Eric, in the least.
No, I hear you.
It's just to see late night caffeine is
No,
wearing
I
off.
get it, Katie.
So-
Don't worry about it.
so I'm trying to formulate my thoughts, so ignore my face. This ultimately comes down to, do we think it's an important enough issue, land use issue, to regulate? Question number one. Question number two, we have two ways of doing that. One, through quantity, which our working group felt was kind of arbitrary and made John Hallen's life kind of hell. So we chose to go the route of use, and we chose one use only, which was structure, which in our opinion felt to be the most accessory. We weren't denying the dwelling, but yes, if you were going to put a pool smack dab on a 10-foot piece of exposed ledge as a land use policy, we're saying no. And it's just it's as simple as that. Either it's a yes, no to regulating, and then it's do you want to regulate? If you want to regulate, do you want to regulate by quantity or do you want to regulate by use? We chose use.
All right.
Could I speak to this, briefly, if I can be brief? There's been a very, very strong movement in town for a long period of time that we need to do something about regulation ledge removal, and because it is an important part. And also we have to understand that most of the town's already been developed that doesn't have, ledge. So the ledge that's remaining is an important part of the character of Cohasset. And I think the citizens have strongly spoken in favor of doing this. As far as kind of regulating how it's regulated, I can tell you, after spending close to 10 years in conservation and also regulating stormwater, that when you put these little changes in and exceptions in, it creates increasingly larger loopholes. It becomes very, very difficult to administer. Everybody's looking a way around it. Regulations that have clarity and certainty are successful regulations. So I think that I agree with Mr. Grady.
That's fair enough.
We should do that. I also think that if it does come down that there are some legitimate aspects that are unworkable, as Thomas suggested, that can be dealt later on with the table of regulations.
Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Mr. Creighton. Mr. Grady?
One more thing to add, if these bylaws are in place, and I was listening to Eric, but if they're buying a lot, they know what they're buying ahead of time, is the way I look at it. So if the bylaws are defined, they're clear, succinct, the way Katie and company had put them down, then there shouldn't be an issue for a buyer. They should know what they're getting into before they purchase that property. If not, they can go to Mr. Lindholm in Norwell or the other fellow in Situate and see if they can get by there. That's the way I look at it. But you know what you're buying, same as you're buying a car, you're buying a lot. You know what you're getting into before you get it, and you sign the papers. So I think you alleviate yourself and these boards of a lot of pain and suffering.
Thank you,
I don't
Mr.
necessarily
Grady.
disagree. I tend to agree. I don't necessarily disagree with what everybody's saying. And the clarity of a bylaw, it does make a lot of sense.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Is there anyone else that is on the screen that would like to make a comment, or can we move to the public comments?
Amy, I just want to get a sense of your support one way or another.
My support, I support the regulation as it's being described. And I agree with the suggestion that if it becomes something which is needs to be adjusted, we can adjust it. But I think we want to implement it first and see how well it works.
Thank you.
Ms. Lind?
I see Mr. Creighton has his hand up. Is that an old hand? or-
Oh, no, that was,
An old hand.
I
Okay, that's an
if
old
you'd like,
hand,
I'll
alright.
speak again.
I just wanted to make sure. Thank you. So then I'll turn to public comment. We just have Amy Berniker of 662 Jerusalem Road a written comment. She doesn't wish to speak. It thinks it's a good step in the process of preserving the character of Cohasset. And then we just have a couple of, we just have some hands being raised. I'm gonna first promote Carol Davis. And then when she gets here, I'm gonna ask her to. Carol, if you could state your name and address for the record, please. And again, try to keep your comments under 3 minutes if possible. Thank you.
It's actually Paul Davis, 38 Rocky Lane, Cohasset.
Sorry about that.
I'm on my wife's iPad, so forgive me. So I've been listening all night. I have a lot next to me that I had purchased with a letter from the building department saying it was buildable, and said eventually I'll build a house there when my kids take over my house. And I don't have frontage, so if this bylaw is passed, I'll lose that lot. And then I said, okay, I'll build a barn or something to park the cars. But wait, I need to take ledge out. So if this bylaw is passed, I've lost, and Tom, I can see you disgruntled, but I'm trying to.
No, I'm just looking, I'm trying to look it up because.
Okay, so I'm presenting a case where probably $500,000 is going away, that you say they're outliers and there's not very many of them, but meanwhile, I'm living it. So I don't know what to add other than I want the public to know that this is affecting real people, and that necessarily, there's real dollars going out the window, and I don't know how to correct it. I'll go to town hall tomorrow. I don't want, get into the individual specifics. I'll talk tomorrow and go over them. But I have a letter from the building department saying it's buildable, and apparently that may go away. And I know it's all going to be pending a town meeting vote, but this is real stuff that you're talking about. It's not just hypotheticals. There's real situations that are going on.
Let me answer that with respect to this bylaw with the ledge alteration. We are not regulating the building, sewer system, utilities, and a driveway. I believe we included garage with that. If the barn is a garage, you're okay. If it's not a garage, you just have to go through a special permit, which doesn't necessarily mean no. It means you will have to comply with the requirements of a special permit. It is not an outright prohibition of ledge removal.
And out of the Ossipico strike zone, not really giving her a different.
I don't know where that noise is coming from.
Well, it requires a special permit, right?
It requires a special permit, yes.
Yes.
It is the way, the outright ban was proposed and that wasn't going to happen, but the special permit gives the board and the community as a whole the opportunity to make sure that this is done in a respectful way for both the character of the town and the property owners' plans. But a lot of it will first turn on how you would, if you describe it as a barn, how it would be used. As far as the other article, if you don't have frontage, I'm not, I don't want to get into a legal thing.
We can't really solve the second question. And so we really appreciate the comment and we will log it. Other comments, Lauren?
We have again, Marty Corey.
Marty Corey.
He addressed the board earlier and I forget his address. I'm sorry, Marty, could you remind us of your address, please?
Pleasant.
It's 81 Pleasant Street, Cohasset.
Yep.
Thanks very much. I just was wondering if this is the first time that the zoning bylaw working group has presented to the public the work that they've done on these proposed zoning law changes.
So I'll just quickly answer because I did write to you in the comment section that formally at a public hearing, yes, this is the first time this group is presenting at a public hearing. But with that said, I will say that the zoning bylaw working group is a group of the master plan implementation committee that posts their agendas publicly and all meetings are open to the public. They have been meeting approximately bi-weekly for the past several months, and they have also made presentations at planning board meetings in the past building up to this process. So this isn't the first time that this audience is hearing this information. So I hope that
Thanks
answers
very
your
much.
question. Thank you. And then lastly, we have Lily Sestito.
Yes, just a quick question again. And again, I thank everyone for all your hard work. But I just want to get it clear. So if you have a piece of property where you meet your setbacks and say you have an acre of property, your ledge is not really impacting any of your neighbors, you can't put a pool in. I know you said you can go by a special permit and all that, but I just feel like there's just so much more regulation, and we have stormwater, we have so much regulation already. I understand that we're trying to preserve for the town. I just feel like we're just, again, just giving up our rights to property that we pay taxes on. And I know someone had said, well, if you're buying a property in town, if you have ledge on it. Well, what if you've owned a property for 30 years in town and you have ledge on it? And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the whole premise of zoning, which has been upheld in court after court as being constitutional, is that nobody has an absolute right to do anything they want on their property. The community can regulate. And we are preserving in this bylaw what has existed in our earth removal bylaw for 51 years now, that you can build a house. You can remove whatever you need to remove from the planet Earth to build your house. But the community has also taught us, and this goes back 15 years when this first came up, that ledge is unique to Cohasset. It's part of our beauty. It's part of our character. We need to not let it just see it go. So I don't think it's a burden on somebody for an accessory use to have to go through a permit process where it can in all likelihood be approved, but it's not, again, it's not an absolute prohibition. But I just have to push back on this idea that we're taking away rights. Well, that's what zoning is and does. Zoning regulates people's use of land. And I don't think we're creating a great burden over whether a tennis court or a pool gets built or not. We're not stopping the house. We're not stopping everything that needs to serve the house. And that has been in our bylaw, again, since 1969, since we put in the original Article 11, and we're not changing that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Callahan. Lauren, Ms. Lynn, do we have any further comments?
The final comment that was written in is by Wayne Sawchuk. He didn't put an address, but I do know he's a Cohasset resident, and he said, thank you for the presentation tonight and all the work that has gone into it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So let me ask the planning board. We already have made a determination that we will continue this hearing on the 20th of October. Do we have a time, Lauren, where this discussion would continue?
So I'm going to suggest we continue this to 7:30 p.m. on October 20th.
All right.
So moved.
On the 20th, we right now just have the one public hearing.
We have two public hearings.
On
Yeah.
808,
808 and Situate Hill. So I'm giving us an hour to try to get through those two.
Is Situate Hill our deliberations of the condition?
No, we.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
and just keep in mind, this is going to
Wait a
be
minute,
all.
wait, just 1 second. Would you please clarify what the two hearings are that we will have and the state of play with them?
Yes, so we have one continued public hearing for a site plan review project that's slated for 6:30 p.m. And we have one, it's not a public hearing, it's the closed public hearing, but it's a deliberation on a decision for a site plan review. That can be taken up at any time during our meeting on the 20th. We can't continue a public hearing earlier than the slated continued time, but what we can do is it can be later. So we all note that on agenda times, that times are approximate. But just for this group's purpose, knowing that we're going to need a joint meeting and that we have other agenda items, that's why I'm suggesting 7:30 p.m.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Realistically, we might be later just because that 808, based on the public comments we've received, is probably going
Right.
to take longer than we think.
Okay, thank you. I just want to get to Paul Colery.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tom, could you just clarify for myself and others that might be wondering, who is the authority that gives the special permit for said maybe such a bond? Is it the
For
planning board or
for
is
the
it
ledge
zoning?
remove, yeah, no, the ledge removal is the planning.
Planning board? Okay, just wanted to get confirmation on that. Thank you.
It is already under the amendments we did for the clearing, if you exceeded the clearing limits, so it is for this as well. Just
All right, so I have a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? I have a motion on the floor. Can I get a second?
second,
Roll call vote, Clark Brewer,
Aye.
Tom Callahan,
Sorry.
sorry.
Aye,
Paul Grady,
Aye.
Eric Potter,
Aye.
Paul Caleri,
He's muted.
Aye.
Amy Glassmeyer. Thank you. Kate, Ms. Dugan, would you like to release your colleagues?
Sure, I will release my colleagues. I'd like to adjourn the zoning bylaw working group of October 13th at 10:36 PM. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor? Aye, Katie Dugan.
Jack Creighton, aye.
Aye,
Okay.
Councilman
Very
Testa.
Jack Creighton, aye.
we don't have the alphabetic discipline as. the
No,
zoning
we
board.
don't. We're much, we're.
We
We have a lot of discipline, but not that one.
I'm an aye, I'm an aye.
All
We're
right.
a lot more
unanimous.
creative.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Angela. Thank everyone who tried this evening. It's been a long haul. We learned a lot, and we will see each other in another week.
Yeah, if I could just say, if Marty Corey's still there, Marty, try to give me a call in the next couple of days, if you'd like. I'd like to talk about your situation a little, and
Mr. Brewer?
otherwise, good
I'll
night.
make a motion to adjourn. I don't see any meeting minutes on the agenda.
Well, we do actually
What?
have,
You got some?
Wait, we have October 6th.
I make a motion, we approve the minutes of October 6th.
Second.
roll call vote. Clark Brewer,
Aye.
Tom Callahan,
Aye.
Paul Grady,
Aye.
Eric Potter, Paul Caleri,
Aye.
Amy Glassmeyer, aye. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good night,
I
all.
made a motion to adjourn.
Oh, sorry. I thought okay. We have a motion to adjourn. Can I get a second?
Second.
Clark Brewer,
Aye.
Tom Callahan,
Boy, that's troublesome tonight. Yes, aye.
Paul Grady,
Aye.
Paul Caleri,
Aye.
Amy Glassmeyer. Thank
Where's
you.
Eric? Eric,
Eric has,
Night.
He just dropped off.
He already bailed. He's smart.
Good night. Thank you.
good night, everyone.
night.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carolyn.